Good evening, everybody. I am in a bit of a weird spiral, not spiral, but there's a bit of a weird loop in terms of how the start times have been working for streams. So this one was a bit of a unique one anyway. I made sure to leave work on time, which is rare for me. um, but there was a delay on transit, and so as a result, I wound up getting home sort of later than I wanted anyway. And then, of course, there's, as usual, the whole dinner, and basically getting home doesn't mean that I'm ready to start streaming. But the weird thing about this is that I've actually timed out. So because I was kind of conscious of the fact that so many of the streams are starting quite late, like even outside that usual 1 hour barrier or sort of grace period, I really tried to work out my timings and see like how I could get everything done. And the weird thing is that my actual daily plan is I get home and start streaming at exactly a time where I turn off the stream, go to bed, and then I I get just enough sleep to sort of get an early start and get going. And so nights like this actually cause the whole thing to fall apart. Now I still want to do a full stream and things like that. Usually, what winds up sort of being sacrificed here is the sleep rather than anything else. Although again, that probably has its own consequences. But I am kind of conscious of the weird times that have been starting lately. And I really tried to make it work for today, but it didn't seem to turn out. Now, apologies aside, I realize there's a certain point where this stuff just stops seeming sincere. Because if I'm spending the whole time apologizing every stream for being late, is it like that's just the new start time? And please give me 1 second here. I need to clean something. Okay, sorry about that. But yeah, so honestly, I think the really only way forward on this is just keep streaming, do as best as I can, and I think this is, again, once my major projects get done, I think I'm gonna be back to a point where I can sort of hit the right balance. But for now, there's gonna be just a fairly flexible start for the foreseeable future, I think. The other thing I wanted to do, I didn't mean to spend so much time talking about this, but I will also say that in terms of the schedule, next week for Canada, it's Thanksgiving. And so I'm going to probably take that off for myself. Usually I try and take the Canadian holidays off just because it's good, especially if I'm going to be, not getting enough sleep and so on and so forth. I think making sure that I take the days of rest and that doesn't feel like another work day will be something that's kind of consistent with doing this long term. And then the one small drawback is that is the same week as the local game dev meetup, and I do, where I can, want to attend. I actually think I'll have something to show for this week, but the main reason for going is just to show support because I don't know, it's a little bit, I always kind of liken it. Now, I should maybe mention that there's actually quite a bit of talent in Ottawa, so I don't need to make the lesser case that I'm going to here. Hey, Zerogdri, how you doing? But I always kind of liken stuff like that to sort of supporting like a friend's band or like a local band or something like that, and that sometimes the support is not really, or showing up is not necessarily about hearing the best music you'll ever hear. It's Excuse me. Oh, interesting. Looks like there's a new feature on my iPad that I want to... Cool. Sorry, my tablet is advertising new writing features for me. One of them is to improve my handwriting. So we'll see how well that goes. All right. But yeah, I don't know. It's, to a certain extent, the aim here is not necessarily to always find a hot new game. Sometimes the point is to see people who are doing something, original, something that means something to them. And in these cases, it can be really rewarding to see people do things that, like, again, it's stuff that matters to them. It's stuff that you don't really get a chance to see anywhere else. And that will sometimes mean that you see stuff that isn't very interesting to you. But I also sort of feel that that's not necessarily the point of going there, right? Like the reason you go is to see the sort of stuff that you wouldn't normally have an opportunity to encounter, rather than to go in sort of with an expectation. Like, it's not, maybe the better analogy is, it's not like when you're buying something on Steam, right? When you're buying something on Steam, you're expecting a certain level of quality, and and if you don't get what you want, you rightly return it, right? It's one of these things where you want to get something of value for your money. And in the case of an outing, you want to have something to show for the time that you spent. And in this case here, if your expectation is to go in and you're going to see something amazing each time, right? Hey, Oswin, how you doing? I actually just saw you say hi to Pro, so I wasn't expecting to see you, but it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, like in this case here, you take the time to look at something original, because sometimes it'll inspire an idea. Sometimes it's, what goes around comes around. You show some support to the local developers so that you get support yourself when the time comes to see, or maybe not even see, but have your own stuff on display. You're watching both and being supportive. You're always very supportive, Oswin. And with that in mind, for those of you who have not already followed Oswin Meow, I will do the shout out here. Now, there's not too many people in here right now, so this is just an early preview for all of you. But Oswin Meow is a very nice streamer, also has a serious real life job, very thoughtful, very interesting person to talk with. And this is one of the things I really like highlighting about her stream, is that she'll play the game. You can get just an enjoyable time watching Oswin play a game, and that can be enough, right? I think it's a channel that holds its own against any other option that you'll have on Twitch. But one of the things that I really appreciate about Oswin's stream is that if you do get a chance to catch her on the right topic, or it really just comes down to just giving someone the opportunity. And I think this is true for a lot of streams, but definitely Oswin is a real special case of this. If you catch Oswin on the right topic, or if you catch her interest for one reason or another, you will be treated to a really thoughtful and interesting conversation, and will. Oswin now may be humble in chat, saying you make me sound smarter than I am all the time, and I really appreciate it. I've always sort of felt, so first of all, I will tell you that I am like 99% sure that is vastly understating her capabilities. I happen to know that she has an immense soul, and it must be heard through a PA system. but I was kind of talking about this with a coworker, and there's a side of me that sort of thinks where I don't even necessarily want smarts. I really just want like a good work ethic. Because I've definitely known some fairly clever people who just don't deliver the goods. And half the time, like I've always hated the excuse, right, where it's like, oh yeah, I could do it, I'm just lazy. I was like, well then you're not doing the work, right? Like you don't get the credit for doing the work if you don't do the work. And I have a feeling that Oswin is actually both smart and capable, and has that work ethic. But I, of course, don't get to work in the lab with her. But one way or another, I will definitely say that being able to hang out, yeah, it drives me crazy. I remember I was working at a credit card, like it was a bank, but it was in the credit card division with a guy, and we were actually both in university at the time, both in econ departments. And astonishingly, despite the fact that there are some pretty clear rankings on these things, this guy was really insisting that his department was more mathematically rigorous than mine, and how big he was into math. I was like, okay, that's fine. You know, like number one, the comparison thing, that's always going to be what it is, right? You know, it's Xbox and PlayStation, it's Nintendo and Sega, it's Mac and Windows. Like, you know, this is never going to not be a thing. So like, you know, you just take that as you will. But the thing for me was like, I found a couple of fun geometry puzzles where I was like, oh man, this has got a really fun little solution to it, but it's so not obvious. And so I shared it, and I remember him saying this thing that just really stuck with me, and like stuck with me in a way that like I've obviously never gotten over it. I don't even remember the guy's name. I just remember the tone and like the attitude behind it. And it was like, I know the steps that I would solve this with, and so that is the same as solving it. Like it was somehow beneath him to do this puzzle. And I'm like, this is not the way to think about it, right? Like, sorry for the lack of oh nope, that's on me. The music's still going, I just can't hear it because my headphones. Oh dear, sorry, gotta fix my side. So, and I mean, like, to a certain, like, I'm not going to convince a guy like that, you know, of the benefit of doing the work. Like, the whole delight that comes from doing a puzzle like that is just the big smile that comes on your face when you see the trick or when you figure it out, right? Like, there are some math problems, and like, these are usually the things you have to do in homework where like you just grind out the result, and it's like, okay, yeah, I know how to take a complicated derivative, but like, I'm mad that you made me do that. And then there are some math problems, and like sometimes it's like a proof, or sometimes it's like a lemma or something like that. And you look at it and you're like, oh man, that's really cool. So like one of the ones I remember having to do in a math proofs course was there's the Fibonacci numbers, right? And whether you choose to start them at 0 or you choose to start them at 1, it's the next number in the series is the sum of the previous two numbers, right? So 0, 1, then it would be 1, and then 2, and then 3, and then 5, and so on and so forth. And of course, if you start the sequence at 1, then, you know, so on. It's same idea, right? 1, 1, 2. And there is this property about it where you can take this Fibonacci sequence, and like, let's say that we index them, we'll say like, you know, F1 is 1, and F2 is 2, F3 is 2, F4 is, 3, and so on and so forth, right? You basically have the position of each one indexed. I just called it F because it's easy for Fibonacci, right? So apparently, if you take, what is F6? You're going to make me work this out. Okay, so you got 1, 1, 2. That would take us up to 3. 3 is 4. 5. Wait, is 5 5? Huh. And then 8 would be 6, I guess. This is not easy for me to do. I don't memorize them, right? I have to calculate them, and I'm sleepy and set up. Anyways, I'm sure that I could actually find this online, but The neat thing about the Fibonacci's are that you can take the sum of n even Fibonacci numbers, right? So, in that case, it would be, F2. So like if you go up to 4, right, it would be F2 plus F4. And then if you're 8, then you'd take, 6 and 8 and so on and so forth. The sum of those will be equal to the Fibonacci number that is 2 times the number of numbers in that sequence. So like when we had that one where it's sort of 3, then it would be equal to F6. And this is true for all the Fibonacci numbers. And I remember getting this problem. So the way that they did it in the proofs course was, you would be introduced to a bunch of different techniques. And so I think in this case, we were given, that was when we did the inductive proof. And I'd run into inductive proofs before, but I'd never done them in like a very, like it was always dedicated to math. I'd always sort of done proofs in other contexts. And this one was just like an absolute like prep you for pure math kind of course that I was doing. And so, I took a look at that and I was like, is that true? And like they didn't tell us whether it was true or not, right? It's like a pop quiz. You've learned induction, you've learned some properties of numbers, and you've been given this proposition about what the Fibonacci's may or may not do. And it's up to you to demonstrate that in like the closing 10 minutes of the class. So I took a look at this, like, that can't be true, can it? I was like, well, that would be kind of cool if it was. So I was like, well, can I think of a counter example? And like, I do a few just really quick ones. So like essentially because I'm never good at memorizing the Fibonacci's, I like just write a few of them out and I do like a few test runs. It's like, okay, well, they probably picked this problem so that you couldn't find an easy refutation right away. Probably best for me to proceed assuming that this is true, not as part of the proof, but like just let's take an approach toward like of assuming that this thing is true, and I need to find a way to prove it. And so I kind of go through the proof, and I get through it, and like I pretty much just through a rote application of induction and just taking a minute and thinking of the definition, you get this nice simple little proof to show that this is in fact true for all of the Fibonacci numbers. And I remember like sitting there, I had probably like 5 minutes left in the with this quiz that we were doing, and I was like, man, that's really weird. That's really cool. And then like you can spend some more time thinking about it and realizing why that has to be true about it. But like the fun was going from like, oh, that can't be true, to like, well, it seems like it might be true, to let's actually work this out. And then, oh, I have this certain knowledge about the world that I didn't have before. Like, isn't that so neat? I wonder what other things, I'm missing not having done this. And again, I mean, this is like super nerd talk, right? This is the sort of thing where there is an entire group of people who will like not only never appreciate that, but they will make fun of people who like that sort of stuff. And that's fine from my point of view. Like it's not like I want to spend a lot of time with people like that. But that was a useful experience in sort of showing why it is such a shallow way of looking at the world. If you say it's like, well, I have the tools to be able to do it, so that's the same as doing it. It's like, no, you actually do the, you do the work and you get the satisfaction from that. It's like, I don't think that's fun. Yeah, sorry, I probably shouldn't have said fun. It's like I'm somewhat resigned to it, just in the sense of like I'm not going to convince them otherwise, right? Like they'll just go off and do their thing, and their life will be less interesting for it. I don't feel the need to. I probably wouldn't go as far as making fun of them for that, other than of course in this private chat, just because they like it's the kind of ignorance that you don't even understand, like you don't even have a frame of reference for like how wretched you are. So it's like spending more time on that. It's not even niceness, Oswin. It's just like spending more time on that is a waste of my time. And, essentially just sort of shrugging my shoulders and moving on is a recognition of just how irredeemable these twerps are, which maybe almost strikes me as even meaner. But I don't know. It's just one of these things, right? Like I said, I mean, the guy, obviously I give this example because it's one that's really stuck in my mind in terms of a way of looking at the world that just strikes me as very dim. But by the way, Vanguard, I remember I was going to talk to you about some words, and then like work just caught up with me. So I have not spent a lot of time thinking on the thing that I said I wouldn't. I'm sorry for that, but I've not forgotten that I've not forgotten that I owe you I owe you words. But yeah, anyways, it's just one of these things where like I guess I am happy that, you know, there is also, it's a little bit like fascination in Cultist Simulator, right? There is an extreme version of this, which is like, in one sense, if you live a very sort of dim, mundane, like not very imaginative world, like you can walk by trees and there's no wonder, there's no appreciation, it's just a thing. Maybe it puts a leaf, you know, in your way, or it gets in your hair and you brush it away. You know, maybe it gives you some shade. It has a utilitarian value, but, you know, tree's a tree, whatever. It's a thing. And then, you know, if you're something of a poetic soul, you know, I remember in Vancouver, you know, you see a tree on the sidewalk and it's, you know, one of those decorative ones, or it's one that's just sort of in the area, and, you know, it's this representation, or better still, I'm out of Vancouver, right, where I, you know, all my social network is there, and I see this tree on the sidewalk really on its own, and it's uprooted from its natural environment, and it's alone in this urban environment, and what must that feel like? Oh, this is so terrible. And, you know, maybe you go and write some depressing poetry about it or something like that, but that's giving you another sort of view on the world, right? And this is largely what something like Cultist Simulator is, right? You in this case, it's quite literally the world of Dream, but you have sort of this very personal and sort of secret world that only the initiated can understand. And of course, this is, I think, why creative people tend to like stories like this. But then you can have a really extreme version of this, where like every tree, you know, this is where you have max fascination, right? Where like I see a tree and, you know, I see life and potential and so many, you know, so many years and a home for the squirrels and the birds and all the different creatures. And then just taking a look at the bark, and isn't bark so interesting? Doesn't it have its own unique, maybe this is the tree's fingerprint. Hey, does every, you know, tree have, you know, its own unique bark, like we have fingerprints, and so on and so forth. And you just burrow into this completely endless train of thought. And that's just one tree, and you're going to do that on the second and third one. And obviously you don't want to become completely unmoored, because you do actually need to get on with the rest of your day. But yeah, I don't know. There's just something nice about this ability to find, you know, interesting things in the world. I would prefer a life where I'm able to find more things interesting than not interesting. And this is the thing I was missing, by the way, on the desk. But as with anything, and I'm sure some of you are just wanting me to get on with the gameplay, I have a tendency to sometimes take it too far. That's a good point, Vanguard. All right, let's carry on. So I know at minimum I'm going to want to put the insects and nectars into, I believe it was Coil and Chasm. And then the other dilemma that I was going to talk about today was trying to figure out at what point do I want to start unlocking rooms. Because in one sense, there's an argument for me to continue developing my scholarship, because these are going to be things that I fill out the Tree of Wisdoms with. And filling out the Tree of Wisdoms will give me more elements of the soul, which means that my salons are more successful. And so as a consequence, I'm able to, you know, that'll enhance my ability to get even more skills. But on the other hand, the point of the game is not just to enhance the skills. It is, in fact, to unlock the rest of the house. That will, of course, give me access to other things that are worthwhile in the game. And I mean, in the end, I want to find the balance between the two. But I think at the minimum, I want to try and at least open up. I'm at the point now where I think I can open up most of the branches that I want, right? So in the case of Nyctodromy, we can open up Scolacosophy, and then from Scolacosophy, we can move up to the final step if we feel we need it. And then likewise with Bossk, we just need one more of those, and we can move up to Preservation. And I believe once we do 2 more for Horamakastry, I can start working on Birdsong. 3 more. So I can start working on Birdsong and Ithistry. And at that point, I'm really just sort of working out my game plan in terms of how I max out all of these different skills. And then sort of the remainder is... Oh, actually, sorry, there is one other thing. I do want to get Vac, and then I do want to make a decision in terms of where I put Crack Track. That's available both for Illumination and for Preservation. And I've sort of held off committing that, probably for too long. But before anything, let's get to the next day. I didn't realize I had so much of the night available. Alright, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So one of the things that I can work on is trying to get to 11 rows for... Actually, So 11 rows or 12 forge. So I know I've done this calculation before, but I actually want to spend the time to work this out, seeing as I'm at the end of the elements of the soul that I'm going to be bringing up. So, first of all, if I recall correctly, I should have access to at least... Yeah, so in terms of memories, I have at least the Enduring Reflection. And I feel like I can probably do better. Although it has occurred to me that I don't have... I don't know if I really have a way of getting an Enduring Reflection again after I... Oh, but I can get a Horizon Sight. That's actually a fairly straightforward thing for me to get. Okay, so that's my first step. And with that in mind, if I think about... So if I take the time to really reason my way through it, let's not even think about the special hirelings that I can get. So let's say we've got the Barber. I think the Horizon Sight gives me 4. I might want to verify that. So that brings us up to 5. So then we get a 6 with the tool, and then we can turn that into... Oh, what am I doing here? And then we get up to 8 with the Fet. So that means I'm still 3 short. So then we do the Whiskey. So that gives us 2, so that takes us up to 10. So then I just need to find 1 food item with rose, in which case it's really rose hips is the answer there. I think rose hip jam is still the same. No, actually that's 2. Okay, cool. I don't need to worry too much about... I don't really need to worry about the specific ordering, but... that seems to me to be a pretty credible path to opening up Earl Brian's field. So for a start, we are going to pay for assistance from a traveling barber. In summer, the barber comes to keep the villagers kempt. A shilling will buy his services. While we do that, we are going to have a chat with the Stimpfling. Ava de Wolf taught her Father Valentine how to hatch these silvery little villains, but he never learned to like them. Time with the beastie. Offer this beast my company. Who knows? Perhaps it will offer something in return. So that's going to take a minute to resolve. Now, I think an obvious step here would be for us to continue going to the moor. And I'm not opposed to taking some time with Crowcross Sands. Okay, now I really need to start cleaning out the house a little bit, so I'm gonna just give myself a simple loss to start with. Now, I don't think this is actually going to be relevant for the insects and nectars here. Remembering too that my aim here is to get Coil and Chasm, where actually let me just take a minute here to think about how I'm going to level that up. So if I need Scale and Nectar. We've got our Earth Sign for starters, so we can use an Impulse, Fear, I need one more, Impulse, Fear, and Scent. So for that, investigate this object. I think I'm okay just getting those out of books at this point. I guess I've already read the Leonine Tantra recently. I guess we need Deep Mandayak for that. Okay, so that's going to set us up for the for leveling up Coil and Chasm. We still have plenty that we can do for the day. So I think what I may want to do is I'm going to try and get Denzel to work on a couple of the rooms as well. And here we have Volcarona. I wanted to pop in and say, hi, found you via YouTube, and I'm way behind on the VODs, but I wanted to see how things are going towards the Lighthouse Institute. Well, first of all, thank you very much for saying hi, and specifically saying that you found the VODs, because I don't know, it's always just kind of nice to know how people are finding the channel. I don't really take attendance on streams or VODs, so I don't really feel anyone can actually be behind just because, you know, I don't edit things and I don't really actually think I'm worth that much of someone's time. But I appreciate people watching anyway. But just to give you an idea of where we're at, we've got a few further stories. So we started this in the beta. So in terms of events, we've finished the Lytirian. And that we got a sort of an inspiration for Father Stanislav John Schaller. We have a potential action we can take with Connie if we think we have a book that we can recommend for her. And we also have an action that we can take with Arthur Moore. We have one option of sort of surrendering him to Echidna, which I'm not really feeling... I don't feel too aligned with right now, but it is an option. Alternatively, if I get a certain book, I'll be able to help him out with that. So I think those are my options right now. I don't believe I've done any other stories. And we are currently finishing The Affair of the Dappled Rose. So, make the sounds? I know Prosciutto Fist really does not like those noises. I think they did a good job of kind of calming them down a little bit. There was a lot that was added after the constellations, but yeah. So we're definitely not at a point. I think we would have depending on how far I want to go, like it may be that I want to make a very specific kind of Lighthouse Institute. We would have a candidate who would be eligible for Treasurer, because I believe Fraser starts off with Inspired. Secretary Solvent, we would be able to use Schaller, but we don't have a Secretary Vigilant, although we are on our way towards it. I can't remember if Serena Blackwood starts off Inspired or not, so we may have her as an option. I don't believe we've seen Corso Reverde or Yvette Southey yet in terms of characters. And then Secretary Nunciant, I don't believe we have inspired Wakefield yet. So we've got some progress, but definitely I wouldn't be in a position, even if I like wanted to push things ahead, I don't think I would be able to put together the Lighthouse Institute with the current characters that I have. Although I will double check if we have Yvette Southey. So we've got Ethan Fekri, Douglas Moore, Peter Igdistis, Stanislav John Schaller, Serena Kaima, Arthur Moore, Zachary Wakefield, Aaron Peel. Oh, yeah, there's Yvette Southey, Connie Lee, Fraser Strathcoyne, Ibn Aladim, Azita Bukhara, Hokebald, Daymare, and Olympi. All right. So let's take a minute here and see how things are with Denzil. Interesting. Sorry, I just left some notes for myself that didn't quite make sense, but I don't need to dwell on them. Okay. So with Denzil, the good news there is we could rely on him for 2 Forge. So then as far as memories go, I think we're still stuck with 2. So with tools, we get 1. And then with metal, we get 2. So for starters, we have 2, 4, 5, 7. That's kind of the table stakes. Now, the good news with Denzil is that we can actually make more with him. So I don't think he takes fuel, but I do think he takes... I do believe he takes metals, and so we would probably have an option of giving him the copper wire if we needed. But I would like to think about some of the other things I'm going to do to improve his capabilities. So first of all, we did make the Honey Scar Jasmine tea. I don't even remember where I put it. So this was the blue crown. Actually, maybe I put it in the cooker bit? Okay, yeah, so Honey Scar Jasmine tea gives me 2 forge. So then the question is, what kind of food can I give him to boost his forge? That's a harder question. I can give him some of the prepared meals. But is that the way I want to go with this? I mean, really, if I'm going to go for the specially prepared items, I should just get the Excel sheet out. Wow, there's actually a really big one. So the Walls of Ys is a very high... Okay, yeah, so the King's Luck Pie and the Honey Scar Jasmine tea are worth 2 forge, but that is a very costly approach. And on top of that, we actually need 12 forge. So even with that bonus, we would actually be coming up short. So I think I have an option here. If it's metal, I can probably give him the copper, and then from that we give him almonds. So I think I am going to bring Denzil in, and for that I'll use the Shapt in this case. Speak with Denzil. Denzil will talk about practical matters, though he prefers to sit in silence. A shilling will buy his help for the day. What do you need? So this is kind of a bold approach, given that I'm actually trying to level up 2 different characters in one day, but I'm pretty sure that I can make this work. In summer, the barber comes to keep the villagers kempt. A shilling will buy his services. Barbers offer moth and a little rose. Alternatively, add a soul card to find rarer guests who might be seeking employment. The itinerant barbers of the South Country will keep you clean and kempt, make sure you don't miss out on any news or gossip, and arrange matters so you aren't too troubled by vermin. Snip, snip. And I figure we might as well keep doing the earning at the Sweet Bones, so I could help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. And there's Denzil. Denzil the blacksmith will lend me his strength for the day. So priority number 1 is the barber, priority number 2 is Denzil. Alright, when something is given to the sea, it rarely returns, although of course I did. Now I suppose I can try and restore an element of the soul right away, although I don't really need the Shapt, so I think I'm going to hold back. However, I should probably work out... I think we'll use the core for drawing up water. And I do think I want to... I think I'll visit the beehive and we'll do the gardening still. Although maybe... Actually, so I'll do one ordinary gardening, and then I think I'll... Actually, 1 bee, and then I guess I have to focus... I can only do 1 proper gardening, given that I'm going to need the health for leveling up Coil and Chasm. Gather in summer, honey or beeswax, if I'm careful. So our options here, it is summer, so we can go for the moth orchid. We could go for the fragrant chalice. Or Trumpeter's Lily. All of these are good. I think I'm going to start with the Fragrant Chalice. And then I also think, if I recall correctly, so we're putting together the dinners. So we've got the knot cake, we've got the roast beef, we've got the boiled egg, we've got the egg croquettes, and we've got the onion soup. But we don't have the drinks yet. Yeah, so I think it was 2 cups of Cater and Hero Assam, 2 Blue Crown, and 1 Witching Tsane. I'm also going to brew another pot because I can. For that, we'll use the... I think I'll use the Faust on that, actually. Bring the water to the boil. Permit the potential here to express itself. I'm also going to anticipate the need for foresight, so I'm going to read a foresight book as well. We'll read Journal of Alternative. Poured out. All right. Let's try and space these out nicely. Alright, so this is a good excuse to... Now, actually, there's two of these that I'm going to do. So one... We're already making the tea, but I can make the Witching Tisane. So I believe this one we just need to add desires and dissolutions now. So Hush House still rings with thwarted desires. I'll mix that into a Tisane. I'm trying to remember who that covers. I think that's for Peter Egdistis. Or no, because that would be a Sky. I may have to revisit this. A watchful potted plant, not everything needs eyes. The sense of awareness persists, but the plant remains immobile, unsettling but harmless. Doesn't even have thorns. Memory scent. Green scents recall rain. Oh wait, no, Peter Ecdistis I think is hard, so anyways, we'll figure it out. I think I'm also going to rearrange things, so I feel like the beef's probably so I figure like the cake and the beef are later courses, so we should probably have those in the background, and the starters are up front. We don't even get to host this salon until later, but it matters. The Shavenlock Tantra, also known as the one who has shaven his hair, this, the story goes, is the lore that even the shape-changing Vanaras rejected. The Tantra speaks glowingly of those who are prepared to abandon their old self to seek a new and higher self. It warns that once the change has truly begun, past the third mark, a return to the old self is dangerous and painful. Whisper your secrets into the earth, burn them in fire, scatter them in the sea, still they will cling to your hair. The Tantra cautions, it provides an occult riddle that it claims is sometimes the answer to the riddle of the Hunter's Gate. So that's the impulse. We also have Skin of Silver, the epic of the final battle between the Lionsmith with the Remnant Giant and Tyos. As always, the Lionsmith drew his strength from metal and Antaios from stone, but the Lionsmith began to suspect also that this time Antaios was drawing power from the moon. The Lionsmith beseeches the three for their assistance, and the Menascate favors him with a skin of silver, like water, like mercury, so he too can drink power from the moon. For, she whispers, he too will one day be drawn into a perfect balance. Alright, so that should be enough for us to level up Coil and Chasm, which I will do right now. Mostly because I'm afraid of misusing my Elements of the Soul. So satisfying to have come so far. Improve the skill to level 5. I think I can also afford to use one of the Tryst for one of the Earth Sign books. Alright, and now it suggests a meal would be welcome. Horizon Sight. On a clear autumn day, the story goes, you can see Ys from the Watchman's Tower. I don't know whether that's true, but on a clear day in Numa, you would see the city unbuilt. Dr. Brian Levinson. Alright, so that's going to be the first thing we talk to the barber about. Well, maybe Fett first, just so I can be clear on that. Perhaps we shared a dream, boosts Rose and Moth. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. It is summer. I am sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. The Journal of Walter de Wolf. Walter de Wolf, 3rd Baron Brankrug, was grandson of Thomas, son of the disgraced Giles, who eloped with Pale Halfrin. The de Wolf line might have ended here if Seneschal Ernestine, by then over 80, had not managed to reconcile Thomas with the dying Giles. Walter, though nominally siding with the parliamentarians, manages to stay out of the war, but in 1642 his son Brian runs away on the night of his 16th birthday and joins the royalist army. He is captured and returned to his father, who pleads for mercy and gives his parole for his son's good behavior. In 1648, Brian runs away again to join a royalist uprising. Walter writes of news that Brian has been seen on the field of battle at Gare Camp, but that his fate is yet unknown. Walter writes one last entry about his fear for his son and the future of his family. There the journal ends, but the extensive account of Walter's collaboration with the architect Gregory Wheelock includes usefully esoteric information. It's best when it's warm, but it'll keep. Alright, so wishing to Sane to mend a broken heart, to color a pale soul. So that's... Oh yes, the other, I suppose the other step would be to make some blue crown. How are you doing, Nearly Logical? So we have a spare pot, but let's make another one, seeing as I don't have too much to do with the Arab right now anyway. Make blue crown tea, a hot drink with nectar, sky, and winter. So this we're basically just going to empty into the anticipated salon in the Hall of Voices. You're well, you think. I hope you get the certainty that you require. All right, I definitely don't dislike Hawthorne Blank. It's just a lot. We have a lot of it. So maybe we move the flowers to another place. I guess I did just free up. No, doesn't like that. Hava's Locks, again, very helpful. In fact, maybe for this one, I don't think I can, or yeah, I can do this. So add the whist, quenchings and quellings. We can make a Solomon's Preparation. And we can throw some more Elements of the Soul at both parts of the map. How many kitchens do you have open? I am now trying to figure out cooking in your game finally. I have 3 kitchens open, and I believe that is all of them. I'll just show you where those kitchens are. Oswin, just give me a second here. So this is why I committed the FET with the barber right away, because I'm prone to using up Elements of the Soul a little sooner than I want. But also, hello, Bonkles. So we've the first kitchen you're most actually. So I think there is a way to get to a kitchen before this one, but it's very unlikely. And in this case, the first kitchen that you would get would be the one in, well, it's just called the kitchen, right? But just next to the servants' quarters. And that one gives you, this is actually, in my opinion, the slightly more difficult of the two, but that's also probably just the way that I play the game. Like, I do tend to have a lot of Faust, so I tend to like the Cucurbit kitchen. So the first kitchen that you run into is just called the kitchen. And that one, the workstation is Scale, Heart, Nectar, and Grail. And the only reason why I say that this is a slightly more challenging one is if you think about it, Scale and Nectar are practically the same element of the soul, right? You're only ever going to be able to use your health with those, and chances are you're quickly going to find yourself in the gardens where you also wind up using your health, or potentially can use your health. Yeah, and I actually am quite sympathetic. Like, the cooking is a really fun, like, headline element. So it's kind of a tease to have it so late in the game. This is actually one of the reasons why I did try to encourage people on that Steam stream. You know, if you have an existing save, like, if you want to get the new stuff, like, if you want to get to the new stuff, it may not be a bad idea to, you know, just to use your existing save, because it takes a bit to be able to actually make the stuff that you're most interested in. Anyways, deeper into the Cucurbit, you do wind up in the jail kitchen, and that one gives you a slightly more interesting cooking station or workstation. So this one will still accept scale, so you can still put your health in there. Also, no, actually, sorry, this is different than what I was thinking. It's still a little more versatile because even though it's Scale and Nectar, the fact that it takes Lantern means that you can actually use both Whist and Faust with it. And then Grail always means that you can use both Arab and Core. But that would be true for the kitchen for the. Sorry, the servant's kitchen, because again, right, Scale you get through health, Heart you get health and Core, but Core also has Grail, and Nectar you can only get through health, so there's a much more limited number of elements of the soul, basically Arab, Core, and health, 3. This other one, even though there's quite a bit of duplication, you can use health because of the Scale and Nectar. You can use Faust because of the Lantern, you can use Whist because of the Lantern, you can use Arab because of the Grail, and you can use Core because of the Grail. So that's 5 of the elements of the soul that you have accessible through the jail kitchen. Still gives you cake bowls. So technically you can get access to this kitchen without getting to this one. It's just unlikely. And then finally the last one is the Hall of Voices. So that one will accept Moon, Edge, Nectar, and Grail. So again, the Nectar and Grail, we already know the usual suspects, Arab and Core. Oh, sorry, Nectar is health. Grail is Arab and Core. Edge, you still get access to the Arab, but you can add metal to that. And then for the Moon, you get Trist as well. So the only ones I think you can't do any cooking with would be Fet, so you can't use your dreams. And actually, I think that's it. Oh, Shapt as well, because there's no Forge or Knock cooking. So it's your Fet and your Shapt are the two that are incompatible with cooking. Bonkel says you got impatient, so you started a new save to cook and start salons. And I don't think salons work in old save. No, they I believe they should. I'm trying to remember if I did a salon based on an old save. Now I know I guess there's this slight challenge in terms of the bells, but I think the bells should be accessible. Oh, a patch at some point to fix it. Okay. Yeah, because I was gonna say, I know from the beta there was actually a considerable amount of effort put into making sure that it was compatible with the old games, but when you said that, I did want to be a little careful in terms of what I said, simply because I don't think I ever actually tried a salon from an old save. So yeah, that is a little bit of a shame. I'm sorry about that. That's actually good for me to know, just so I don't mislead people. Anyways, we've got what we needed out of this, so we are making our blue crown. I'll probably want to make some Honeyscar Jasmine as well, so let's use my Faust for that. Although I don't have as much Honeyscar Jasmine around the house. Maybe something for me to keep in mind for my future harvesting. All right, back to the task at hand. So my assistant and I have an unspoken understanding. So we're going to chat with... Actually, I'm just going to double check here with Denzel that he can't take fuel, that it's just... Yeah, it's just metal. All right, so we'll give the barber the horizon sight. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. And the skill is now level 5. Its power aspects have also increased. Now, this is not the end of the story with Coil and Chasm. We actually need to go even further with this. But what I wanted to make sure I did was take care of the existing memories before I went further. I think probably what I'll try to do is read a catalog of uncharted pleasures. That seems to be the most likely in terms of leveling things up. But we'll worry about that later. Now, I should have also taken the time to restore my health. Gather the scented blossoms of the fragrant chalice. I wonder, can we fit that on the shelf? Nope. Again, running out of space. A little water splashes on the stones of the well to nourish the mosses there. And honey or beeswax if I'm careful. I wonder if I can fit this on a desktop. I can. Okay. On we go. So we're still reading a book to get the earth sign back. I'm not too worried about that. A lot of these are really just nice to haves at this point, but I am also finding things to do with my elements of the soul. All right, memories don't last out long outside books, but it's made the difference for the day. So I believe we're at the point now where I want to give him the whiskey. I actually don't know if I have a glass of the Roscragen whiskey anymore. Oh, yes I do. I can offer my assistant something to drink. I did forget to give him the tool. All right, better now. We're still going to use the whisk to make some money. It's not the most exalted use of it, but... All right, De Ratio Quercum. In English, the title translates roughly as The Account of the Oaks, but this is Nathaniel Darcy Evers' fascinating if haphazard survey on the occult properties of every tree he can find, not just oaks. In Persia, Taxus Baccata, the yew is called Sorkdar, which is the red tree. There they had long understood the grail root. In later times, the great king of Pontus had beehives set in the branches of the oldest of the female trees. The berries of the Pontine yew open the door to death, but the honey of their flowers opens a different door entirely. This was not the great king's Mithridate, but one who has suckled at the great yew fears poison no longer. Perhaps they should. Nathaniel is here distracted, however, by the toxic properties of certain inks. He does mention more usefully that the minor ink of power Yew-Gall can be brewed through the rites of the roots with the assistant of the aspect nectar. In the tracks of beasts and the convolutions of his own carapace, in egg vein and shell shadow, the many-eyed one found the signs which can be history. An earth sign is an auspice traced on the cloaked shape of the earth, perceptible to the sensitive, interpreted only by the wise. All right, let's take a minute here to think about what I want to do. So we're going to chat with Denzel about shoes and ships and sealing wax and cabbages and kings. So we'll leave the metal aside there. We've already got the foresight. We really have everything we need other than time. So the question is, what do I want to do with my Shapt, Tryst, and Whist? So for metal, I think there is some sense in trying to make... I think we could maybe try this at the foundry. Now, one easy option I have here is just to add the foresight for experimentation. And then I can add the metal. Similarly, we can add the copper and then not xanthotic essence, iotic essence. Right, so that one, we have kind of everything. So it's worth noting here as well, even if I pull out the metal, we can now make the Orpiment Exultant, which means that I can invite Hokobald to Salons. While I have this, though, let's actually take some time and run through whatever forge. This isn't the most exciting way of discovering these, but honestly, at this point, I really just need to. I need to sort of lock in a few recipes so I don't need to search later. All right, I think that. Oh, Doranwall, I forgot. I wish I had more of these committed to memory, but I have like my usual suspects, and then I sort of go to pieces for the others. So, on its own, with just the metal, I need to add any liquid, and that can just be a good old-fashioned, maybe not a pitcher of water, but a glass of water, and I can get an iotic essence out of it. And I think there is some sense in doing that now. So I'm gonna serve up some water. I'll actually serve up both, just because we don't really need to worry about. We just don't have that much else to do with it. This is really more about just getting cool stuff while I have the chance. And again, we're not using up the foresight because we want to give that to Denzel. But this is just a chance for me to have another thing so that if I wind up in a situation like, let's say I get that engineer again, I don't have any reservations about using up the iotic essence. And if I have those reservations, well, that's fine, because we can still make the Orpiment Exultant, right? There's kind of no downside to having a spare of that, particularly because of Hokobald's peculiarities. Now, I can actually also make Nillikant from Solomon's Preparation as well, or I can make another Solomon's Preparation. So let's say that whist is spoken for. Tryst, I think let's take a minute here and do some exploration. So if I want, we can take the Tryst, and then we can add the Wormwood Dream. Let's put that under... Okay, looks like I don't have much in terms of options, but if I add the Azamel... Oh, sorry, Azamel. Any old memory will do. And so now it's just a question of the... oh, this one actually I would want to add a Confounding Parable, but we'll leave that aside. I think Sickle and Eclipse would be the next. Oh, that's interesting. So I've got the wrong... Or actually it makes sense because I've got it's a liquid, but I don't... There's other things that I could be adding here that aren't memories. Anyways, let's carry on. This is really just... this is just an excuse for me to throw some things against the wall. Maybe it would be better for me to throw a beverage in. The Armagnac has moon. So I still don't think Edict's Martial gives us anything there. All right. Definitely counts as a beverage. One last adjustment. Nope, the Lethe wouldn't make sense. Well, okay, Lethe might make sense in certain cases. I really didn't want to spend that much time thinking about this, so let's just keep going, and I'll worry about my moon needs later. Yeah, this is really not an impressive collection. Although, weirdly enough, we do know the Black Sapphire wash. That can't be right. Yeah, too exciting for anything. Although I guess I've already done the whole Wormwood Dream check, so there's not really a lot of new information that I'm getting out of that one. So, do I have a good knock memory? I don't think I do. Well, I mean, the Enduring Reflection. Occult Scrap would be a better candidate. Alright, well, let's just... because we can. I guess I'd have to put that one there. I don't think I actually tamed the Viper. Yeah, so that's not going to go in there. Well, shoot. So the Moth Scar Candle is probably my bet. Well, Aglaophotis works too. 2 candles is not ideal just because it would be nice to have some variety in terms of the items, but Glassfinger Toxin isn't a... it's not a pigment, so I think that's a non-starter. Let's change it up and go to the dispensary instead. And that's just because the Glassfinger Toxin is required for some of these others. Now this is something I can work with. So we've got the Moth Orchid here. Now, only problem is I don't have like really exciting knock things. It's the Glassfinger Toxin is about the sternest that I've got. But again, we're just sort of exploring at this point, so. Okay, Sacrament Asite. Surgeries and Exsanguinations. Okay, I can make the January Sanguinary now. It's Liminal, can make Glassfinger Toxin, but we don't have enough for the higher level items. I imagine none of this is going to be news at this point. I got a couple of surprises. But yeah, okay. Now, a Sacrament Asite would not go astray here. So I think I'm going to start with a Glassfinger Toxin. And actually, the funny thing is, I think I'm just going to wait for this glass of water to show up. I could also use the honey, but pour it out. Hey, Ellen Ripley, I had this playing in the background during a workshop, and I've just suggested an earlier lunch because all this talk of cooking and tea has made you hungry. The worst by far has been, there's been a couple of times that I've streamed this. First of all, always very good to see you, Ellen Ripley. I hope you are well. Oh, you know what I could have done as well? Instead of the glass of water, I could have used the Amethyst Ampule, although the Amethyst Ampule is valuable for other reasons, so I think we're still going to use the water here. All right, so... Oh, because I needed to give up. Nope. I misjudged. I was relying on that. Okay, that's fine. Actually, what I will do instead is we will use the Amethyst Ampule. It'd be nice if I could use something other than the Occult Scrap, but I think this is the hand I've been dealt, so we'll use that. And then, counter to how I was originally going to use it, we'll just use the paper with the Tryst. Investigate the object. But yeah, so I've actually streamed this a couple of times on an empty stomach, and that is cruel and unusual. All right, Blue Crown Tea. This is going to go straight into the... actually, it occurred to me that I guess there's no serving... there's nothing for serving in the Hall of Voices. Anyways, this isn't going to hang around for long. We're basically just going to use it and... the others. Okay, poured out. Blue Crown tea. Always served cold. More accurate to say inevitably served cold. So I know this is going to look kind of crowded, but I think this is kind of the best I can hope for. All right. One, two, three, four, five. Okay, so I believe we are now ready for the salon. So we're going to invite Connie, Zachary, Agdistis, Arthur Moore, and Lalakaima. And we've got Sky, Winter, Heart, Lantern, and Edge. So Winter, Heart, Edge. Oh, sorry, this is Sky. Or this is Sky. Edge, Heart. And then we need lantern. We needed at least one lantern, which is why we made the knot cake. So that does invite the question, what is the lantern drape? Right, it's the second flush Assam. Yep, we're good. Yeah, I did that. I think I had to do that in the... I wonder if... I don't think you can put them on the chairs in the Hall of Voices, but I suspect the one you were doing it for was the... we've got the Madeira cake in the Physic Garden. I've definitely had to do some charity. Okay, I don't think there's much else for us to do right now. I think we're just going to play through the rest of our our rooms, and then we yeah, we'll try and open up 2 more rooms. We'll wait until the next season for the salon, and then we will try and make the most of the intervening time. Okay, proffer a tool. I can lend my assistants something to help increasing their abilities. And here we've made the honey scar tea. So the purpose of this one was to give something for Denzel to drink to open up another one of the rooms. So pour out. When you're cooking, do you try to get each aspect to 5, 10, etc. for each recipe? Just clarifying. So that's a good question, Oswin. It's actually different from the rest of the crafting in the game. In this case, you just need to make sure that you put the correct ingredients together. So I'll give you an example of one that's not, like it's not a big surprise because you already get them. So if you want to pickle mushrooms, first of all, you start off with some, but if you find mushrooms, you can add alcohol at a workstation. As long as you have a element of the soul, you're going to be able to make that. So that means if you want to make King's Luck pie, you actually just need to put the ingredients together, even though that's a fairly, high level recipe. It is really just a question of making sure that you've amassed the correct items to be able to do so. Lord Gloom, Book of Hours, feels like you've been playing this for days. Time to absorb more info from Osmosis. I gotta play it, Lord Gloom. But this will be a quick second for me. I know I shouted her out before, but I will just highlight that Oswin Meow has actually been doing a bit of Book of Hours on her own channel. And on when she's not doing that, it's been, Helldivers 2 with friends. And I believe I saw you watching a friend play Black Myth Wukong. And then we've also got Lord Gloom, who originally we found through Cobalt Core. Lord Gloom actually is very good at card-based games, but does not exclusively play them. I'm, of course, looking forward to both Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours on his channel because they are a very different style of card-driven game. But I've watched Lord Gloom do everything from physical magic to Escape from Tarkov. Actually, one of the few streamers that I've watched play Tarkov for an extended period of time. And also, I know this is a big deal for a lot of you, happens to have a cat camera. So I believe Oswin Meow has a cat, but Lord Gloom has gone the extra step and made sure that the computer case is warm enough that the cat will curl up and pose for the channel. Anyways, two wonderful broadcasters who are connected to Book of Hours either through their potential intention to play the game or someone who I think has played the game very well on Twitch, and two people who I definitely recommend checking out. And for those of you not familiar, this is one of the Weather Factory cats. Pet cat. Oh, you were hoping to work on that desk? I believe the two cats are Sulo-Chana and Kion, and Sulo and Chi, and they are the senior producer and CEO of Weather Factory. If you subscribe to their newsletter, you will see photos of those cats. I don't believe you can actually put the cat on the table. However, if you want, we can assign the next librarian of Hush House, the 13th librarian. Ellen Ripley just got a kitten on Saturday. He's firmly in his domestic terrorism phase. Bonkles decided on the cat for the... Yeah, there's a... So I don't know. I don't actually want to highlight this, but there is something that happens if you decide on a 13th librarian. And my understanding is it's something that isn't often... It doesn't seem to have been referred to often, is maybe the simplest way that I can put it. But there is actually something that happens in the game if you do put something in the slot for the 13th librarian, at least is my understanding. I am loading from a couple of old saves, so those ones I don't think will have the continuity with the previous one, but a little something for you to think about. The new expansion is fully launched now, Lord Gloom. So if you bought the game in the first week, you'll have it automatically. You can know if it says Perpetual Edition on the main screen. If not, the 10% launch discount, I believe, is gone. However, they do now have an Anthology Edition. So if you want a discount, you can basically complete the bundle and you'll get a bit of a discount there. Or, of course, you can wait for the next time that they put it on a discount, and then you can get the Anthology at whatever discounted amount. But, I mean, the thing is that usually for the first little while, the discounts will be about 10%, and this isn't really that expensive of a DLC, so I don't know how much the $2 is worth to you. Yeah, for sure. Definitely, if you want to wait for a sale, I highly recommend wishlisting House of Light, because we're firmly at the point now where there's... Well, I mean, the version I was playing was the beta, so you wouldn't have been able to play what I was playing. But we're well past the point where there's any reason to wait other than just basically price. So... Ellen says, very cute. We also rescue an older boy, so we're keeping them separate for hopefully a smooth pass to friendship. Aw, that's sweet. All right. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. Let's let things run through. All right, so this cup of Honey Scar Jasmine tea is going to be for Denzel. I wonder if I can put this one on the shelf. I can. So the Veiled Goddess is also an option too, but I wasn't thinking of that at the time. All right, the Yellowwing newspaper. It's dated the year that Hush House was abandoned. Nothing is history when it first happens. And for those of you that don't hate me enough, I will point out that... Oh, right, I forgot about... Yeah, I can't put the T there. Some of you, I know, don't have the Yellowwing newspaper and you really want one. And I'll just point out that thanks to my connections, I actually have 2 Yellowwing newspapers. Moving right along. I'm trying to remember if there's anything I want to do with Consider right now. I don't think so. I'm feeling a little nervous about the possibility of leveling up Denzil, so I'm going to be a bit careful in the order I do things. Again, love the Hawthorn, just could really do with some spare space. I don't think I can put two of these things on one pedestal. To the bridge. Alright, so what I will do to try and recover some space, I'm going to use Ava's Locks with the Whist. Alright, so this will give me spare... I don't think I'm actually ever going to need this much wood. However, it is a way that we can make the Numa pair, Pyrosauric Ilcines, so I don't want to throw it away either. I deserved a little quiet time. Let's figure out what we want to do with my health. And I don't feel bad chucking the shell back to the sea. Alright, so let's say... So Honey-Scarred Jasmine, I seem to recall, will be, first of all, not here. Yeah, that's autumn, so I need to wait on that. Let's get the Lenten Rose. Alright, we are not at 11, we're at 10. But if I feed him some rose hips... can offer my assistant something to eat. This will increase their aspect. It's also just friendly. So the reward actually isn't that big, right? It's the Mist-Sunk Meadow, so we get Earl Brian's Field, but it's not like I really am going to be making any use of that. So in 30 seconds, so let's think about what we need with Denzil. So Denzil, it's going to be metal. So memory, tool, metal, T, wire. That's 5 items. That's 2.5 minutes. It's going to be tight. We'll see. I may have waited too long to make all this happen, but we're going to give it a shot. I also don't think it would be a bad idea for me to fill out some more order forms. I think we don't have any butter anymore. We don't have... we will need some replacement wire. Yeah, there's a few things we can order. Sustenance has boosted their aspects appropriately. Alright, so first things first. The Mist-Sunk Meadow, there's grass beneath my feet and a mingle of wildflower scents. But above all, the damp salt vapors of a thick sea fog. Somewhere in the fog, I think I hear a distant bell, far away, as if it were beneath the sea. Perhaps this can be blown away, perhaps sung away, if I find the right powers and the right assistance. Alright, let's do a speed run with Denzil. Inspiration and Determination boosts Forge and Edge. With Keeper level Forge, Iotic Essence is the precursor to the great ink called Orpiment Exultant. With Keeper level Lantern, it can become Xanthotic Essence instead. Alright. Don't have a ton of space for it, but... in the later operations of the Forge, the Madrigad yields to the True Forge of Days, and the essence begins to redden. The bit about the True Forge of Days nearly got St. Melisande burned for the heresy, but no one ever said that she was wrong about the second part. My inclination is to say we are too late with Denzel, but I have been wrong on this sort of thing in the past. Glassfinger Toxin. What is within without? What is without within? A poison sacred to the votaries of the Menascate. With Keeper level knock and this skill, Glassfinger Toxin is a precursor to the Sacrament Ascite. Now that'll be helpful with Reverend Timothy, who we haven't really tried to move through rooms with. But again, we also haven't been focusing on rooms for the last little while, so I'm not too fussed about the fact that we haven't done that yet. Some of this stuff, again, it's just a question of whether or not we've got the time. Okay, so I can do 2 more actions with Denzel. Clearly, neither of those things... clearly, I need more than 2 to get Denzel leveled up. So I think in this case, we're just going to leave him alone. I can take the Foresight overnight with me. We've got nothing else to do with the blacksmith. I can talk to him about things, but I know I'm keeping the one. I know I'm keeping the one memory. So in this case, we'll just say it's a shame. We did lose the money, but we did also spend quite a bit of the day making it. So yeah, I could have organized it a little bit better, but I'm not going to flog myself about it too much because we do still have time in the season. All right. In summer, Trumpeter's Lily flourishes like a shout. And another... do I have space? Yep. Here, the higher initiates of the threefold mysteries would meet to manage the affairs of the Black Dove and to resolve its disputes. Here, they voted to blind and expel the chorates of the Thunderskin, who had trespassed in the inner chambers and spied on the mysteries. From that time on, the rites of the Thunderskin were not permitted on the isle, and the sacred drums fell silent, but the waves still beat in the bones of the rock. Even now, that slow pulse comes. All right. Here's the Foresight. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. Now, there's a couple of things that I didn't get done on the previous day that I could have benefited from. So one of those is I still have not fed the Viper. And then I also need to feed the Stimfling again. But of course, the priority is going to be to make sure that we're able to make the most of Denzel's services. Also, I didn't read the description. So, Earl Brian's Field. Brian is another one of those leitmotif names that recur through Brankrug's long histories. This one was Brian of Brittany, who is named Earl of Cornwall by King William after the conquest. In 1068, the sons of the deposed King Harold mount raids on Cornwall, and Brian funds the construction of a fortified gate and the Watchman's Tower, initially in wood, to protect the abbey. In return, the abbey gives shelter to a yew tree he's brought from Brittany that flowers in divers colors. This is that tree, hollow now and rotting slowly from within, taking its time to die gracefully. It is not flowered in living memory, and the colors of its flowers cannot now be told, but Brian's brothers were called Alan the Red and Alan the Black. The Earl's Yew. Since the conquest, this has been waiting for you. The irreverent might even call it a yew tree. I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. All right. No matter what happens, we are definitely bringing Denzel out to play. Denzel will talk about practical matters, though he prefers to sit in silence. A shilling will buy his help for a day. We're also going to make some money. Now, one thing I do kind of want to think about is Reverend Timothy. What can we do with him? So for knock, 14, 14, 16, 14, 14. And 12. I have not actually invited him to a salon yet, but that's mostly because I'm friends with the kills, so I feel a certain attachment to bringing them over. So, Rev T, so that would be 1 knock, so then we give Shapt for 2. Now, memory's an interesting one because technically we can get a 3 there. So I think I'm going to put that in, even though that's going to involve some work on my part. So we can get him up to 6. I don't believe we have a knock tool, but I always get caught by the bronze knife. And as an option 2, I could try making a moth orchid scented candle. Okay, so say we do the Sacrament Ascite, that would bring him up to 14 already. And then if I really wanted to seal the deal, do we have any knock food readily available? We have the prepared knock food, but I'm a little reluctant to use that. But we do also have the cuckoo honey. 1. So we can get it up to 15 if we want. But I don't feel like I need to go nuts with this, right? So if I take a look at our current options, we said we had a 14 here, 14 here, 14 here. This one was 16. 14 here, and I believe this one would give us some books. I may be wrong on that. This one is a knock. This one is a knock. This one is a knock. Yeah, 12. So even then, actually, if I think of it, the Sacrament Ascite is already a bit too much, but I just don't have like a middle ground knock. I don't have a middle ground knock recipe. But I guess what I'm saying is I'm not entirely sure it's a bad idea for me to... I think I'm actually going to try and bring Reverend Timothy in as well. Okay. I won't try and bring Reverend Timothy in right now, but I will prepare things for him. And I guess the big question is, am I still able to make a name day riddle, seeing as I've just used the Shapt? Oh, the Curious Hunch is a 4. Okay, well there's my 16. I'm not feeling super confident about this Curious Hunch. So my original reasoning was going to be that we would get a name day riddle. But that actually seems to be a little more work than I was counting on. So let's maybe pull back on the ambitions a little bit. Let's say that we're going to go for the 12. So if we do that, so we'd still use the Shapt. Let's say we do a memory for 2, which brings us up to 5. So then the Sacrament Ascite brings us up to 11. So we still need to use the candle, but we at least have a little more flexibility with that. Okay, I have... Well, in that case, the name day riddle still makes a lot of sense. I'm just trying to think through the day. Okay, before I do any of this, let's go back to my favorites. I wonder. Right, that doesn't work, but we can probably do that below. Yeah, then we just use a good old-fashioned memory, and we get our name day riddle. Not the most efficient use of my tools, but still worth it. So here I'll consider the yellowing newspaper. Now I'd like to feed the beasties, but again, we're going to be focusing on Denzil and Reverend Timothy first. So I think we just cool it for most of this until we get some of the basics down. I'm just also trying to think, does it make sense to me to try anything with books right now? Because I think the majority of my elements of the soul today are going to be focused on, like, I don't want to get more memories at this point. I don't want to, or sorry, lessons at this point. I want to wait for the season. I've already made what I need for the salon. So yeah, we're really focusing on rooms, and we've got 2 people queued up to take care of the rooms. So at this point, I think we'll drop some water, and then we'll garden the last things that I can during the season. And given that I'm particularly going to be, I'm going to go for 2 of the moth orchids because I'm going to make a candle out of one of them. Should probably get at least 1 agave eterna. Oh no, we're not. I was gonna say, I thought I forgot to hire Denzil, but we're good. What do you need? Alright, so first things first, we're gonna chat with him about metal. Collaborate metal, inspiration, and determination. Boosts forge and edge. Probably should have been working on the on Crowcross Sands. Cloudy Day doesn't really do a whole lot for us either way, so I'm not going to worry too much about that. And Bonkles, you should... My original plan was to just cook the Stimfling for the salon, so I think a little time without food isn't that tough in the long grand scheme of things. Okay, I don't think I have anything else I want to do with the actually, there is one thing I can do. So we'll restore the shaft here, which makes me think that maybe if I do one of these... that's a recipe for glass fig... Wait a minute. I thought I had... No, it wasn't surgeries and exsanguinations. It was something else. Still coming up short. And I don't think the hawthorn is going to help. So I think I'm going to need to go to a different place, but this is a point where I might actually take advantage of this little thing that none of you have seen. So if I try a sneaky little combination like this... Bingo! Sacramentacite. Induce a change in the toxin to make it more knock potent but safer. Our course is fixed. Alright, give him the foresight. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. So I kind of did things in the order that I did here because while my Shapt is recovering, that's going to give me enough time to decide whether or not I can make things happen with Reverend Timothy. Now again, I've got a ton of elements of the soul that are currently just sitting waiting to be used, and I don't have as many clever ideas for those. But I'm sure I will find them before the end of the day. So for instance, I can use the Whist or the Foss to bring Reverend Timothy in. Okay. It is summer. I am sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. Actually, one thing that I can be working on, I can use the Whist here, and I think in this case, I don't think it would hurt for me to convert more Ava's locks if I've got them running around. Looks like this room's reasonably free of them. I'm just going to take a small hunt for any Ava's locks that I might be able to turn into more Solomon's preparation. And assuming that is done, then what I might want to do is... convert at least one of those into Nillikant, just in case I have a use for it. I also have plenty of Blue Crown, but I'm at the point now where I actually prefer using Ava's lock. Oh, yeah. I kind of prefer using Ava's locks in these cases, just because there's not quite the same use for it. I guess I could try and make something like Brinculate, but... Alright, let's give him some spanners. When you need them, you need them. A little water splashes on the stones of the well to nourish the mosses there. Apples! Alright. These are good. I've actually been coming up short on apples for a while. Although it is getting kind of crowded in here. Moth Orchid, I think I'm going to put at least one of these in the dispense. I can probably put more than one, actually. So these are basically going to become candles. Agave Turn, I'm not 100% sure what I'm doing with that yet. And there's the name day riddle. A deceptively intricate riddle that might just teach us who we really are. Gervinus van Loren was notoriously fond of these. Alright. So, I've definitely got a few things that I can do now. Now, if I can, I'd prefer to use something else for chandlery. Okay, insects and nectars works. Although I guess I can't use the Faust in this case, so... Never mind. Let's try and find a more appropriate... Well, I mean, this works. The only thing that's a little funny here is that I don't have a good Nectar, Knock, Moth, or Heart. I mean, it's a shame, but we'll use it here. Just I don't have I can't do another run to Crowcross Sands with this now, and we've got the Faust, etc. Mind you, I could have used Transformations and Liberations and didn't. On that note, I'm going to pour this out. I'm going to make another Iotic Essence, and then I think I'm going to try and make the Orpiment Exultant, although I think I need metal for that. All right, so let's just take a minute with Denzel and see where we're at. We're at 7, so we've got the we've got Denzel, we've got the memory, we've got the tool, we've got the metal. So now we'd feed him the tea and then the wire, and then we're good. So that's going to take 30 seconds. So we've got another minute. So I think midday we're good enough to talk with Reverend Timothy. We've already got most of the groundwork taken care of. Reverend Timothy enjoys thoughtful conversation, prayer, and tea, and he'll offer his assistance in return for a 1 shilling donation to church funds. We do appreciate the contribution. All right, we're chucking the sand. Still need to find things to do with the Arab and the Whist. Actually, here's an interesting question. So we've got Tier-End drinking cocoa. We've got an angry Stimfling. So I've got a Honeyscar Jasmine tea. So I've got a Blue Crown, I've got a Honeyscar Jasmine, but I think there's a Fragrant Chalice as well. I don't see that anywhere. So, let's actually see what kinds of teas we can make. Yeah. So nothing from the Lenten Rose. Fragrant Chalice. Hot drink with Grail and Nectar. So maybe I didn't make that because I kind of already have the Witching Tisane. I can't imagine Cat's Claw tea would be any good. And then, what was it? Right, Agave Eterne. I haven't actually tried that yet. Yeah. I didn't have a huge expectation for that, but I didn't want to... Oh, hang on. We do actually already have Fragrant Chalice. Yeah, the chance to make another one. Although maybe I should at least leave a couple of these aside because if I can, I would like to feed the beasties. All right, Reverend Timothy, Rector of Brandkrug, ordained by the Church of the Unconquered Sun, a learned man, blessed in the tally, the gate, and the light. Excuse me, I deserved a little quiet time. So that was for Reverend Timothy. I don't think I have a lot of value in trying to restore another one of these. Terribly sorry. And I just smudged my glasses. Just give me 1 second, please. Sorry about that. I wanted to have at least a fighting chance of being able to see. All right. So, better now. Again, we're mostly making up the money that we've been spending on hiring multiple people, so we're going to keep going at the Sweet Bones. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Now, Crowcross Sands, we need Heart, Moon, or Rose. And then for the Moor, we also need Art, Rose, and Scale. So we're not completely without options. I've just decided that the better use of the FET would be Crowcross Sands. Things will change a little bit when we open up the Shrieking Gull Cloud, but we can wait. Okay, just double checking what I need. 12. I'm currently sitting on 9, so it seems like I have made a mistake somewhere. Let's just double check. So Denzel starts with 2, Memory gives us 2, 4, Tool gives us 5, Metal gives us 7, the T brings us to 9. Okay, so let's deal with the world as it is. If I give him the copper wire, that will bring him up to 11, but what is my next option from there? So Element of the Soul. Yeah, we've got that. Oh, right, it was almonds. So I messed up the count, but I think we should be able to compensate. Additional supplies. I can offer my assistant metals, mundane or exotic. This will increase their aspects. They'll keep any of the metal that's left over. So yeah, I'm feeling a little less certain with Reverend Timothy here, but we've already, like, it's a sunk cost. Even if I just wind up chatting with Reverend Timothy for the rest of the day, that's, you know, that's it. All right, a scent-like evening. Oops. In the name of the two blades that are one, of the threshold which has two sides. The Sacrament Asite. Back in the Dawn period, the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot used this in the rites of the Horned Axe. All right. Almost there. And with Keeper Level Winter, Solomon's preparations are a precursor to the Great Ink Nillikant. And Fragrant Chalice Tea. A pot. This, there's a Blake once declared, is the color of my heart. Where do I even put this? So I'm going to leave this aside. We do have a couple of other kitchen stations that I can do things at if I want, but I have other priorities right now. All right. One more quick snack for Denzel. Give him the almonds. Offer something to eat. I can offer my assistant something to eat. This will increase their aspects. It's also just friendly. And while I'm at it, let's get some ordering in. So almonds. All right, so I can order food here. But I'm gonna have to order the metal somewhere else. Carefully mark the creamy paper. All right. We'll do a few almonds, I feel, in this one. So I don't have any need for beef, plums, pheasant, the drinking cocoa, Armagnac, Lambré. Yeah. I mean, sort of Ross Craigan whiskey, maybe, but I think at this point, probably just slimming down the stuff that I've got is the better option. So 3 almonds, I think. Well, we'll go for 4. Ether Dragon, hello all. I ordered 2 copies of On Food and Cooking, The Science and Lore of the Kitchen, one for yourself and one for a good friend that loves to cook. I hope she enjoys it. That's really cool, Ether Dragon. So I believe both you and Oswin Meow are... Man, I wish I could move video games like this, actually. I don't get any... Well, I don't get any commissions for these things, but it's like... Harold McGee does not pay me to hawk his books. At the very least, Weather Factory did pay me to be on their Steam page. But no, that's really... thank you for sharing that, Ether Dragon. I'm actually really happy that people are finding something that they wouldn't have already seen from the stream. Do let me know what people think of it. I know, Oswin, I don't know if you're still around, but if you had any other thoughts on food and cooking, it seemed like you were enjoying it while you were... That's great. Yeah, no, it's definitely the kind of nerdy book. There is actually, okay, so for those of you that do enjoy On Food and Cooking, I've not read this one. I am going through On Food and Cooking, but I will just mention that he does have a second book called Keys to Good Cooking, and I think that is a little bit more of a formal cookbook. I'll because you also kindly went out and found the World Cat, I will do the same. So that I actually did order from a used bookstore, and unfortunately they mailed me something completely different. But from what I understand, this is more of a reference work. So I'll give you the... Let's see, the title... Every kitchen conundrum is answered in this easy-to-use volume from the acknowledged master of the science of cooking. A requisite countertop companion for all home chefs, Keys to Good Cooking distills the modern scientific understanding of cooking and translates it into immediately useful information. The book provides simple statements of fact and advice, along with brief explanations that help cooks understand why and apply that understanding to other situations. Not a cookbook, Keys to Good Cooking is simply put a book about how to cook well. A work of astounding scholarship and originality, this is a concise and authoritative guide designed to help home cooks navigate the ever-expanding universe of recipes and ingredients and appliances, and will arrive at the promised land of a satisfying dish. Yeah, no, I definitely think... I mean, it's the less costly of the two, for sure. But I think, yeah, I mean, so the thing is that On Food and Cooking, first of all, for me, it was pretty costly. But second of all, it is one of these things that, like, it's a 2-column format. It's a textbook. Like, there's a lot to get out of that. So especially because the appeal to me is hardly practical in a lot of cases. That is the sort of thing that's going to keep me happy. And hopefully what it does is that I give myself enough time to get excited by that. And then that will translate into a desire to apply the knowledge. And then at that point, you know, I maybe consider the other book. And the other thing too, right? Like the nice thing about waiting is that I can see if another good deal comes up on a used, used book site. I like Biblio or Thrift Books personally. But yeah, it tends to work out for me that way. You're going to lend it to family members who love cooking, so that's how I justified the cost. Well, I mean, like the thing is, there are some things I'm really cheap in a lot of things. Like I will, if I go out to eat, like I'm going to read the menu right to left. And I'm that way on a lot of things. Like I waited so long before getting like another jacket, even though I've got like a couple of holes in the other one. And like, honestly, I got that jacket because I was in like a special I was in a special place. Like it was like a kind of a gift shop sort of thing. And I'm like, yeah, this is like, I'm not going to be able to wear it around like that much, but I kind of want to hang on to it. It's like, I'm definitely really cheap on a lot of things, but, when it comes to books, I've definitely started, like there are some textbooks which have just truly disgraceful, price tags. And I've paid it because, like, for those ones, it's like, well, you know, I do want this reference and I do actually value this knowledge. And I actually think in this case, this is worth it, right? But you know, I don't even want to suggest, I mean, obviously I gave a big rant about Jonathan Swift and reading and like all of these things that I get excited about. But you know, I don't even want to suggest that like the book thing is for everyone, right? If you don't, there's some fun stuff in chat I'm going to have to read out in a minute, but, you know, for me, the books are the happy place, right? And I think everybody has that. And sometimes it's going to be like, honestly, going out, having a nice dinner, hanging out with friends, that's a great way to spend your time, right? That is not something that I am going to, you know, to deny other people. For some people, you know, maybe you are a huge film buff and getting just like a television screen that goes on for days and a good sound system, like, you know, that could be it too. And, you know, I like, honestly too, like if football's your thing, right? That works too. Now, the thing with like football is like, I'm starting to move a little bit more towards things which I sort of see as like the passive consumption of, you know, of a product, and it's not as exciting. Now, film, you know, again, I have a little bit of a background in that, so I can be a big old snob on, you know, like Arthur Lipsett or some like really weird and experimental ones. But yeah, so this is the problem, right? If you're a glutton who wants all the things, chances are that's going to mean that you need some pretty significant worldly resources. And if you're born into that, that's great. If you have to work for it, chances are, you know, even if you work in a high value job, you know, you're going to need to spend a lot of time to do it, right? So you know, I know there's a lot of talk about pay disparity with CEOs, and I'm definitely not going to dispute that there is a very, very wide gap. But I will also say, cries in academia. I hear you, Oswin. But yeah, like the one thing I will say, like I know a lot of people think, you know, the CEO would be the most awesome job in the world. I also happen to know a couple of people. So I am not of this temperament, but I knew a guy at the job that I left, and he left. This was my job as an economist. He left to go work not just for a bank. He was specifically working at the investment side of, like, he was a proper investment banker, went out to Toronto. I realized that like New York is the big place you want to go. But as far as Canada is concerned, like Toronto is where the action is on that front. So he went, one of the big five banks, big investing side, you know, and made the effort. And like he was exhausted and stressed, and like, you know, he got to see some of the you know, higher ups, and like they were pretty frank with him. Is like, you know, half of the time I am watching all the other people who want to take my job. And for him, like, even though that was an environment that I found rather stifling, and I know he wasn't a huge fan of it, he actually chose after a year, because he was allowed to go on a year leave. He actually came back after the year. Like for him, despite the fact that the money was considerably better, he was willing to take that trade-off. And I know that was not how he was thinking when he left. So, you know, I realize there's the stereotype of, or the cliche of, you know, always grass is always greener. But I do know that there are some of those really high paying jobs which actually really do involve a considerable amount of stress and and very hard work. And sometimes that can mean that you don't necessarily have the time to enjoy a lot of those things that you wind up acquiring. But yeah, that's where I was actually going was Oswin's account here, where it says you're a glutton who wants all the things. Like, this is the one case where it becomes a problem, right? Where if you want like the tricked out MacBook Pro and the screen that goes on for days and the awesome sound system, and you want to own your house, and you want to have an awesome car, and you want to upgrade your phone every year, that stuff does start to add up. And so again, either you need the kind of job that probably means you're not going to be enjoying all of that stuff, or you need to have inherited it. But the big one for me was always like, I do feel like, especially because at least with the work I do, right? Like, I do work very hard, and I do want to, like, the reason, I mean, the place I'm working now, honestly, I probably would still work there for the enjoyment. But like, you go to work so that you can enjoy things, right? And whether it's like, you get yourself a Starbucks every day, or you buy an awesome gaming rig, or whatever it is, like, I always sort of feel there's enough space for that, like, really awesome purchase. And whether it's books or whether it's, you know, pure entertainment, I mean, as long as it's something that you value, I do feel it's worth putting the money towards it, if you can afford it. I mean, I'm also kind of aware of the fact there's actually, having talked with some of you, there's a very wide sort of distribution of income here. So I don't mean to sound insensitive, you know, to the people who are like, look, I'm trying to make rent here. Like, let's not talk about, you know, paying a lot for hardcover books. But all right, so let me just catch up here. So the friend you're giving the second copy to is also looking for historical food references. For that reason, I gravitate towards the lore part of The Lore of the Kitchen. That is a good book for that, Ethan Dragon. Like I said, I'd love to know what they think of it. Ellen Ripley says, is this because you're a communist? Shame on you. I'm only a communist when the great fearsome warrior against communism is present in the chat. What else? Talwin, long time no see. Pleasure to see you again. And last but not least, I do want to take a minute and shout out Selfea, a wonderful Australian broadcaster who actually got to play this on her Discord, not on stream, but is definitely a streamer who, when I can get a chance to catch, I like to catch. Somebody who I feel that the broadcasters watch, but somebody who's also been quite patient with this game. I know this is actually not necessarily a game that she would normally be into, but has actually put quite an admirable amount of effort into it and brought along some fun people the last time that she visited. I did not steal the pun, as much fun as I would have frustrating Prosciutto Fist's mod with that. But it's always very good to see you. Always very good to see you, Selfea, and I hope you are well. Sleep tonight has just been a series of hour-long naps. You're now comfortably awake an hour early. Oh no. Well, I hope that you get a chance to get a nap later, or if nothing else, that this will do the opposite of what it does for most people and wake you up, Talwin. You're playing this right now, in fact, not on Discord, just by yourself. All right. Well, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask, but I know you do like working through things the same way I do, so I will not nudge you in certain directions unless you want it. Oh, great. The postmistress signs and seals the order and places it in the place that stamped orders are properly placed. Wait 3 days, she commands. Now, I did want to get some extra wire. I think I'll just get 2 of the copper wire. It's more than I started off with anyway. But seeing as we can make orichalcum now, I think it makes sense. Well, if I want, I can also get a few other... Okay, I am going to buy 2 copper wire, but I think I'm also going to get some food items. When something is given to the sea, it rarely returns, although of course I did. I also need to start making some decisions about how I'm going to be using my Elements of the Soul. So, we get to start going to some interesting places. The smoky chamber. The room is almost untouched, but little fires still burn here, blithely ignoring the absence of fuel, filling the room with 7 years of smoke. Hey, Eldritch, how are you doing? And we've get to squeeze an extra day out of Elder Scrolls Online event that would normally end before we got. Oh, lovely! I actually have not played ESO in ages, and I have Game Pass, so there's really no excuse at this point. Oh, very deliberate. I've done ever since the order forms came in. I have always used Perinculate, and I'm actually surprised they have not added something in the game to comment on that. Oh, crap. I may have just blown it with Reverend Timothy, but let's do our best. So, we'll start with the Shapt. Education or Beguilement boosts Knock and Forge. Dear Librarian, we have noticed an increase in deaths in our order takers lately and are requesting you to stop. I just like the idea of them, like, penalizing you, like... They're like, okay, if you really want to do the order in Perinculate, but we're going to charge you more. All right, so Reverend Timothy, it's the Shop, the Memory, the Candle, and the Assite. So 2 minutes. We can just make it. All right. But I need to think about what I'm doing with the rest of my elements of the soul, because there is so much I'm leaving untouched. So the smart thing for me to do would be we take the metal, add the water, transformations and liberations, and we can make the iotic essence. Take the Whist. So in this case, I'm on sort of a converting Ava's locks mission here. So quenchings and quellings. Another Solomon's preparation. Now I don't think the altars will take liquids. And preparation H. Well, it's also a beverage, but that doesn't really count. Yeah. Also, I'm using the relevant skill anyway. So the question is, what are the other things that I can... Like, so what I'm looking at right now is anything that I can convert into a sort of a tangible benefit. So if I do something like the Rite of Torg's Cleansing, so good example of that. So take Disciplines of the Scar here. This doesn't do anything to me because it's just a memory, right? I'm not really gonna... I just don't have anything to really do with it. Now making food in the jail, that... Oh, actually, you know what? This seems a little silly, but that might be just what the doctor ordered. Bring water to the boil. Permit the potential here to express itself. You can turn all of these packages into tangible... No, that's not going to work. Again, this is a borderline silly thing to do, except that at some point I'm actually going to want to use all of these, so I might as well convert them into... I might as well convert them into something I can actually make use of. I think that might be it, because I know I sort of had a run of this already. You can sort of see the evidence of it around the house. Yeah, I'm gonna cautiously declare victory on the unbrewed tea. Did I leave any packages unopened? I don't think I did. But with a bit of luck, okay, so Faust. I don't think. Oh no, we can do this. Yeah, so we can make another amethyst ampule. So I just need to find some use for the Arab. Now I suppose in the worst case scenario, I can use the Arab to make another Witching to Sane. It's kind of hard to go wrong with that. I think the Veiled Goddess we can turn into a cup. I can wait this out, actually. Your current library has way too much food. Oop. Okay, my space wasn't working for some reason. Your current library has way too much food absolutely everywhere because you misunderstood how salons work. I thought it was 1 meal per person per go. Yeah, you've got a little bit of a surplus, it sounds like. Okay, what were we ordering? Copper wire. Alright, so at this point, I feel like I'm gonna need at minimum 2 potatoes. Alright, so this is clearly a my keyboard thing. If you can just give me a second here, I'm actually going to... Oh yeah, there's something wrong with my keyboard for sure. Ah, nope, I found out. There was something pushing down on one of my sort of meta keys. You have 4 or 5 rooms full of food because you wanted to cook everything you... Yep, that's kind of what I did. The only... like, so what I'm doing now, I'm keeping one of all of the different things that I can craft, basically just so I know... it's basically just kind of for reference at this point. Sorry, I've lost my audio. There we go. That's kind of like a first pass. And then I suspect there's a couple of other recipes I haven't figured out yet. But again, having one of everything allows me to do those different combinations if I, if I feel like it. So I'm thinking probably with the whist, I should probably just turn it into money at this point, because I'm not going to be able to do everything I want with my elements of the soul all day. Okay, I think we had the 3 potatoes. We've got enough milk. I think a couple butter would help. Let's do 3. Oh, asylum. So, like, in this case, you've been thinking about how to Sorry, I got some weird stuff happening on my computer right now. I'm not actually able to make it back to the game. Okay, we're good. Although I may have lost some data with the cooking sheet. So I realize this is really annoying when you can't see what's going on the screen, but I think one of the meta keys got pushed down, and it's just sort of processing some of the consequences of that. But yeah, so when you talk about the spreadsheet that you're working on, so that like basically the difference between like some of the guests not having the same aspect in terms of what they need, like basically kind of dealing with all of those different exceptions. Yeah, so I've actually just gotten through all of my flour and butter surplus. I'm about to reinstate it. That's fine. I think it's okay. I'm trying to keep it somewhat realistic in terms of what I'll need. So I can see myself using up to 3 butter. I don't know if I'm gonna get any more sugar, but all right. So we're gonna put you up here. It'd be kind of nice if I could distribute this around the house, but it's a little tricky. So I'm not gonna lie. I have some suspicion that I let things go too late with Reverend Timothy. I'm gonna try and make this work, but I wouldn't be surprised if I'm off by one day off by like one sort of session or chat to make this work. We'll see though. So this does have some implications in terms of the order in which I'm giving him some items. Oop, definitely not that. Just because I don't want to give him the Sacrament Ascite and find out that we don't have enough to... Oh, that does sometimes happen, Eldritch. Usually what happens to me is if my message is too long, so I don't mind if you split that up over a couple of messages. Oh, there we go. The idea is that you can enter who you want to invite, what type of salon it is, and what food you have, and it tells you what aspects you're missing, if any special requirements you're missing, and if any courses are missing. You can also look up the... Oh, that's cool. Yeah. I just have a simple cooking spreadsheet because that's all I really need. But the other thing for me too, right, is I always felt a little bad. Like, obviously people have their own different perspectives on the game, but I remember in the subreddit, there was somebody who sort of said that it was something to the effect of like, Weather Factory fans have sort of a fetish for arbitrary difficulty. And I'm like, I don't really feel that that's entirely fair. I think what may be misread in that case is there are people who are excited by a game like Cultist Simulator, which is representing something in this world. So, in the case of Cultist Simulator, like the idea of work being really tedious and going back to it, so on and so forth. Well, I mean, everybody knows the line. I think this might have been in one of his GDC talks, but everybody kind of knows the line that Alexis has used for that, right? I was doing an art. And I think that's fair, right? And yes, it's something that individually is annoying, but if you are someone who sort of resonates with this idea of the game sort of being about the tension between the mundane world that expects you to sort of pay rent and the world of dream in which you sort of allow your ambitions to rise up, like the fact that there's a game that's willing to do that is quite exciting, and it's why people will highlight that. It's not because they're like, this game is arbitrarily difficult, right? That would be like playing Dark Souls and having the keys like just randomly remap at certain points, saying is like, I'm playing the even more hardcore version of Dark Souls, which is difficult for difficulty's sake. Like, nobody has said that. One of the reasons those games work is because they give you the illusion of difficulty rather than actually being something that's, you know, impossible to overcome. You wouldn't play it if it was impossible. So now again, like, that's very hard to explain to someone who isn't necessarily on the same wavelength, right? In some cases, you're not into that, and this is one of the reasons why Book of Hours has the shape that it does, because Weather Factor, I think, very sensibly wants to make a game that will appeal to a wider range of people. You know, the people who might have been lost on the first round. And so to me, you know, given that background, and that was one of the things that sort of excited me about the Weather Factory games, like one of the things I actually kind of like is this process of figuring out the salon and who am I going to invite and what do I want to make. And that doesn't mean that I think something like a spreadsheet isn't helpful. I have quite a few spreadsheets for this game, actually. But what I've really enjoyed, and where I think you may, again, I don't mean to explain your intentions to you. You're perfectly capable of knowing those on your own. But like, I have to imagine at least a little bit of the satisfaction is the process of actually building a tool like that. It's not even necessarily the use, but it's really just the fact that you're able to put all that work in, the same way that I actually kind of like the notebooks of physical notes that I've made for Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours, almost as these artifacts of the effort that I've put in. So it's one of the things that I do. I mean, again, it's sometimes tedious when people are watching me go through a salon again, but it's part of the appeal for me. Okay. I might be willing to go for just one. I think I'll do 2 sugar just for safety, but oh boy. Yeah, I have too many elements of the soul. Okay, so this was the 1 minute mark. We've got 14 seconds left. I can get 2 more in. So we've given Reverend Timothy the Shopped. We've given him the candle. All right, we have a very small chance of making this work. So I'm going to give him the name day riddle, and then I'm going to give him this sacrament. I think this may turn out. Obviously, I've changed my tune. But I think at this point, the Whist and the Arab are forfeit if I don't find better uses for them. So at this point, we're just going to chuck them into... I'm not going to be able to feed the beasties. Although I should still be able to do something with... I probably should have used the Inks of Containment instead of the Quenchings and Quellings. Oh, well. I can still make an Eigengrow, I believe. Two Eigengrow. Why not? Oh, I'm going to wait a little bit to read that. There are, just as a heads up, I'm going to say when when I'm going to be reading some of the spoilery things. But in the Cooker bit, you actually start to see the sort of the payoff for a few of the mysteries that the game has been setting up. So for those of you who may want to keep some of the later mysteries for yourselves, again, I'll give you the notification, but I'm going to read a couple of read a couple of rooms soon that have some specific details on certain things, which, depending on your temperament, you may or may not want to have revealed. So, all right, I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. Again, I'm going to try and run out the clock on that, so don't worry too much for now. All right, that's going in the water. Keeper level Winter, Solomon's preparations are a precursor to the Great Ink Nillikant. Yeah, so we certainly have more than enough as far as the precursors are concerned. It's just, obviously we're in this kind of place between seasons where it's just convenient to make a few of these. All right, memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. And if I am not mistaken, we talk with Reverend Timothy about the Sacramentacite. That gives us 13, which means we will be able to open one of the cells. So I can offer my assistants something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. So, here's the deal. So, okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say, if there is demand for this, because it may just be that people are not that worried about anything that would potentially count as a spoiler. But I think the deal that I can work out is this. I'm going to describe the room and do my whole reading thing. And I figure what I can do there is, if people want, they can mute or otherwise sort of put a hold on the stream. Now, if you want to stay and chat when that happens, I can leave a message inside of chat saying it's good to go. Alternatively, I can give myself a time limit and say, we'll spend 5 minutes talking about this. We'll make sure we go through the spoilery stuff. And then, you can come back and not have to worry. I don't know if anybody has any preferences along those lines. Would anybody like a kind of warning like that? Or should we just kind of go crashing ahead, and if you don't want spoilers, you're going to just volunteer out? Would anybody benefit from me saying, we're good to go in chat, or would somebody like me to set a timer? Because if nobody speaks up on that, I'm just going to go ahead with it, and we can enjoy. Don't care about spoilers, see most of the game. Yeah. Well, it's mostly just, I know there's a couple of people who are actually just playing it for the first time. So I can also, if people are on the fence about it, I can say what mysteries we're going to be dealing with on this particular one. Because I've been through all of the rooms a couple of times now, so I know the details. So I figure phase 1 is just say you want to go in completely cold, which means you're probably not watching. Going to mute or message or warning. Okay, cool. So Oswin, I will write in chat. I will write in chat what the when it's good to go. What I will say is, because I'm going to be reading the text, I would recommend you know, well, I mean, you can, probably pro's still going, so you've got something to entertain yourself anyways. But I definitely avoid looking in the top right-hand corner for the text. So, because what's going to be described here is purely in text. It's not going to be anything about the look of the room that will affect you. But yeah, I'll write something inside a chat and we'll be good to go. And as long as everybody's okay with that, we in 10 seconds, which I will count down, we will we'll go into the room. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, now that we've got the riffraff taken care of. All right, so for those of you that are wondering, so the game has been hinting about a fire for a while, and of course we found the real evidence of it at the bridge to the Kukurbit, and all of the indicators have been going through, so there's already some descriptions there, but specifically this room is where we learn about two big things. Number one, the Crucible Tower, the Governor's Office. The Governor's Office, quietly luxurious, at least by the standards of the Kukurbit. Collars was devoted to his cause and his service, but he did insist on his little pleasures. So you get 3 nocturnal books. You get the typewriter, which is going to be particularly helpful in House of Light, and Sir David Green. But the spoiler element to it, in addition to the description, is there have been many references to the new king. And here we have the genealogical chart. 6 years ago, King George's heir, Edward, killed him in a quarrel over Edward's womanizing. The kingdom was saved from constitutional collapse by Henry Huddleston Abney Hastings, 13th Count of Loudon, who claimed descent through the Plantagenet line. Heaven lift the new king. So this has been hinted for a while, the idea of the restoration, the new king. All of that is sort of resolved in terms of the genealogical chart. And of course, you can consider it for even further information. Just so while we can take advantage of the sort of the empty period. This is why I've been avoiding the oubliette every once in a while as well. But we'll just do a quick read of these other rooms as well. A sign outside the cell reads, well, actually this one's fine, but the one above. The maze cell, a leathery burgundy mesentery has spread out of and around the doorway of the cell. Chitin? Fungus. It crumples beneath my hands, emitting choking fumes. It will be impossible to enter the cell without clearing it. And we have the stifling chamber. No fires are visible, no scorch marks, no smoke, but this room pulses with sultry heat. My head swims as I approach the threshold. And I'm going to say that we are good to go for no more spoilers, so... And we have Sir David Green. I believe he served 2 masters as best he could. This bust is carved from reddish granite. At the turn of the century, Sir David Green, 8th librarian and former Nocturnal Branch superintendent, had this room refurnished to plan his explorations and to manage the operations of his many agents. All right, so we will deal with the books that we find later, but we now have a typewriter. Now they call it unromantic. In 50 years, it'll be the most romantic thing in the room. So the thing that's nice about this is that we can take the typewriter and we can take the writing case. So remembering that I've already got Zachary and Connie's invitations written up, having the typewriter, and actually there's some details about collars which explain specifically why the typewriter is in this room. But if we want, we can now invite Peter Ecdistis, Arthur Moore, and Lalakaima without the inks. So we still need the skills for it, but that's not as difficult. So Peter Ecdistis, as long as we have the sky, we're good. Well, we just add Watchman's Paradoxes, and there we go. I have enough here to craft a letter to invite Ecdistis to Brandkrug. That'll take 10 seconds, but with the typewriter we can now basically write a letter to anyone that we have the skill for. Now I just need to post it. All right, next up, Arthur Moore. And that just needs a lantern, so we'll do the Watchman's Paradoxes again. I have enough here to craft a letter inviting Arthur Moore to Brandkrug. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So we need to wait 15 seconds before Reverend Timothy's ready to go. An afternoon spent profitably, reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers to the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. I keep forgetting they rearranged the money. Oh yeah, I kept forgetting to fill out the Cater and Hero form as well. Yeah, so now I have a typewriter and I'm still deliberately I'm still exterminating the people in the shipping and receiving. This'll do. Yeah, we'll wait for the rest of this to wrap up. All right, the surface of the substance is difficult to resolve, almost as if it weren't there at all. Honestly, this is more than I know what to do with, but... It's best when it's warm, but it'll keep. I always wonder with the typewriter, I imagine myself desperately trying to get the typed info to line up with the lines on the order form and the spacing being just different enough that it's impossible. I feel like you and I are quite aligned on this, Ether Dragon. I guess it depends on the context. In some cases, I might be willing to let it slide. All right, so what was it? It was Agdistis, Connie, Zachary, Moore, and I can't believe I didn't. Lalakaima. So that's just an edge one. Hello. Oh, maybe because I haven't invited Azita before? I mean, it's tempting, but I'll bring the original guest. Oh, I don't think I can keep any of my memories here. Yeah, none of these are worth keeping. All right, finally, down to the Grushans. A sign outside this cell reads, "Warning, do not insert keys without first invoking adequate authorization. The key is in the staff room, but I shouldn't turn it without invoking powers to provide a reasonable facsimile of authorization." Used to type up your homework with a typewriter, and that was always a Wow, did you do that? Like, was there a specific reason for that, or just, you know, it's a very romantic idea? Again, the description of the typewriter is it says it all, right? Now they call it unromantic. In 50 years, it'll be the most romantic thing in this room. I think, if I recall correctly, Nietzsche wrote on an early typewriter or equivalent, and that was largely because of his like all the physical problems he was having. I've actually used an old-fashioned typewriter and have frequently tangled up the keys because, of course, I have the benefit of sort of growing up with computers, so I've always had a reasonably high WPS, and like not deliberate. Like it's not like I deliberately go out of my way to like really speed the things through. But I know some of you have heard me when I'm busy typing. Like if somebody wants, I'll maybe take a, just as an example, I'll take a passage from a book. So I don't know if you could hear any of that, but that's, you know, not me trying to put on airs. So if you try and do that with at least a certain brand of typewriter, you are not going to make any progress. But I don't know. I know there's a couple that have been made now where like they're electronic typewriters. Yeah. And so anyways, after that background, going to try and work on a mechanical typewriter is just a non-starter. Not unless you deliberately slow yourself down. But the, I know there's a couple of sort of electronic ones which have been trying to capture the feel and the kind of the design of a typewriter while still being a digital product that doesn't have all of those physical defects. I don't really know if you can quite manage the two, but it is kind of interesting just to see in terms of how people react to the various technologies and what is or isn't going to be the end of the world. How you doing, Kieran? Good to see you. And when you were growing up, your mom used her master's in English to charge other master's students to proof, edit, and print master's theses on her IBM personal typing system. Interesting. There is also, Robin Williams keeps showing up in really interesting places for me. So I don't know how many people know this, but Robin Williams is actually the reason why Sid Meier's name is on games. There was apparently some, like, Robin Williams is a gamer. There's a reason his daughter's name is Zelda. And apparently there was some sort of gala going on or something like that. And Williams was seated with Sid Meier and the Microprose people. And basically he said, you should put Sid's name on the box. And I believe that started with Pirates. I could be wrong on the first game that was it. But that is basically a recommendation from Robin Williams is the reason why we have Sid Meier's Civilization. And in fact, the reason it's not Sid Meier's XCOM Enemy Unknown, which of course was a Microprose title, but I'm referring to the Firaxis one that Jake Solomon was the lead on. Now, I think Solomon may have a different opinion about Meier's role in this, but basically, as far as he was concerned, it's like, I didn't have anything to do with this. So he didn't put his name on it. Now, there's a really good episode of Designer Notes. It's actually 2 episodes because it's a 2-parter with Jake Solomon, where he describes his journey through Firaxis to become a game designer and the fact that he was actually unsuccessful adapting XCOM in the first place. Both Jake Solomon and Soren Johnson are ex-Firaxis workers. So on its own, that's a really, just a really interesting, conversation anyway. But the one I'm specifically thinking of from Ether Dragon was there is also an interview with Robin Williams and Harlan Ellison. And Harlan Ellison tells the story of L. Ron Hubbard and sort of this group of writers that they had together. And basically one of the things that they were sort of all talking about was how to make money as a writer, right? You get a certain amount per word and you have to do a certain amount of writing and so on and so forth. And apparently, I think it was Hubbard that he was talking about. Apparently his innovation was that he would take like butcher's paper, and he had one of the first mechanical, or not like, I don't think it was a Scalextric. But anyways, it was presumably something similar to what your mom was using there, Ether Dragon. But apparently he would just like have the roll of butcher's paper and just keep typing away. And then when it got sort of long enough, he'd just sort of tear the thing away and keep going. And like that was his way of optimizing his writing style. Now, the punchline of that story is, in fact, when they're all talking together and somebody's, they're trying to figure out a better way of making money, and somebody says you should start a religion. But I'll save that for that. You should be able to find it on YouTube, Robin Williams and Harlan Ellison. But that particular story amused me, if nothing else, just because of the connection to Ether Dragon. Sid Meier stuff I just added for free. All right. Now I just need to post it. So I think I'm going to save the Salon for the next day, or the next season, next stream. But Daybreak, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So here we're going to wait to see what the season is before we... Okay, so we've got clouds. Yes, it is properly autumn. So we'll queue up another journey to the moor. More beachcombing. I don't think it would hurt to feed the beasties. They've been patient enough. I'm not able to make an omelet with these, so satisfy this creature's appetite. Food will make a hungry beast or a wild one cooperative. Now the big question here is I do still want to bring Coil and Chasm up to level 7. And I can do that either through a Catalogue of Uncharted Pleasures or the Red Book of Brittany. The only challenge is that I'm not very well equipped to read either. So let's do our best. This one is not in a special language. So then the question becomes, what is the highest grail I can throw at this? And if it's Desires and no, it's Sea Stories. We are still considerably short. Well, that's not helpful. This thing's already been committed. And I kind of already know that the Rose picture is not going to be any better. Now, I guess the smarter thing for me to do, if it's a 12, I could have tried to wait for the error. So we can get that up to 9, at which point, actually we can get that up to 10. Okay, no, with this is not as bad as it seems. So first things first, I'm going to grab the... I'm going to grab some satisfaction. That's intuitions. That's fear. This should be it. Let's start from the beginning. Fekri's Herbery. The early wisdom of Easton Fekri, at that point a traveling healer. Much later, the Secretary Salvant of the Curia of the Isle. Now, I don't want to delay the Salon too much, but I do also want to try and get the elements of the, or like as many skills committed as I can. So I think we'll delay it by at least 1 day, possibly more. But again, we'll see how the day goes. Okay, so I'm working on reading this. That's fine. We'll put the Red Book of Brittany. Yeah, we'll put that back on the shelf for now. All right, then. Okay. I kind of want to wrap it up for today, but I also want to see whether or not we're finished the affair of the Dappled Rose. Now, I think we can probably get Mr. Kill to open up the Stifling Chamber, and that will have a number of positive outcomes for us. So let's actually just take the time to work out the numbers on those. So Mr. Kill, I guess technically we can go anywhere from 2 to 6 as far as winter memories are concerned. We also have a winter tool now, if I'm not mistaken, the bronze knife. So that's 2, 4 to 8, 5 to 9. Whist is good for 2. So that's 7 to 11. And we are looking for 13. So the drink's a pretty obvious one. That just only requires 4. So I think in this case we don't need to worry so much about the so 11 to 15. I'm thinking here probably our best answer is just to do a good old-fashioned 2 winter. Oh, actually, you know what? I might be 1 short, so we can give them the U blank. But the question is, where does the last winter come in? Because I can't give him milk, seeing as that is... We've already given him a drink. Or no, hang on. We haven't already given him a drink because... Oh, wait. Sorry. What am I saying? Okay, sorry. Mr. Kill gets 2. Memory 2, which is 4. Bronze Knife is 5. Whist is 7. We give him the drink, which is 11. So we do give him that. The U blank is 12. We need 13. So if I want to avoid it... Oh, but we have the marrow. Marrow saves the day. Delightful. Okay, that works for me. Let's queue up the day's work. Speak with Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. I will also take the time to read a text with hindsight, or regrets, or any of it will do, really. Let's do the... we'll do the Ivory Book. I have already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. All right, and the room. The adept cell, 77 days in the cucurbit, was considered enough to soften the passions of the most unrepentant adept. After that, they were usually charged and tried in closed court, very occasionally released, sometimes taken upstairs for one of Collar's experimental interviews. So we got a few different things inside of the area here. So first of all, we've got the next room, the trapped cell. A sign outside this cell reads, "Warning, do not enter while safety measures are armed." That's a 13 edge or a 13 knock challenge. We've got the prison stool, a cheerful lavender color, possibly to encourage rehabilitative enthusiasm. We have the guest bed of the adept cell. This is a scale bed, so a bed stamped with sigils to discourage access to the mantis in dream. Alice licit tibi non licit. To us it is permitted, to you it is not permitted. The motto of the Suppression Bureau. 3 books for us to catalog, some paper, a silent typewriter, an unusual custom device, winter aspect, and Julian Cosley. Julian is known to be winterlong. At a prescribed date, his hour patron will ensure him a beautiful ending, but until then, he is even harder than most long to dispose of finally. That said, he is known to have been defeated by an Ascendant Long in the 1920s, and his true current status, a diminished survivor, a determined memory, something else, is the subject of esoteric debate. There's a ton of things that I want to investigate and follow up on, but for now, we just have some tempting clues. So I've got a total of 6 books. I do intend to catalog these, but the priority right now is to get Mr. Kill leveled up, to get the visitor satisfied, and then again I want to try and take a chance with my... I also didn't finish my Cater and Hero form. I do want to make sure that I have some of my other... I've got a few other priorities taken care of before we go nuts with the entries. I feel like how this game is played is a reflection of you as a person. I bet all of us are playing very differently. I would agree. I mean, even from the very beginning, Oswin, if you think about it, right, you start off with that personality test in terms of the elements of the soul. I feel like I asked you which ones you went with first, and I've forgotten. But I'd love to know if you don't mind sharing again. But no, it definitely is. I think from the very beginning of the game, in fact, I think to a certain extent it's encouraged. But the other thing that's interesting, and again, I harp on this a bit, even though I know the game has changed, but it's worth remembering that the original version of this game would delete your old saves when you committed a history. So this is a game where it's very unlikely where you're going to get every single book. And so this would mean... there's multiple endings available to you, even with the unique, even with your unique endings. There's multiple unique multiple unique endings for the game, for each of the characters. So I'm playing as the Magnate. I got the Silverbound Journal. I'm actually trying to remember. Does Arab Whisk give you the Silverbound Journal? I can't remember. I'm sure I could look it up, but I'm trying to remember because I don't very often. I'm very much a Faust and Shaft kind of guy, but I know I can't play the Twiceborn all the time. But anyways, think of the fact that like you get multiple unique endings in the game. You can access any of them, but if you just want to go for the ones that are unique to your character, you still have that subset. The books that you draw are randomized. The order in which you read them are randomized. So while the rooms may be the same, your understanding of what is going on is definitely going to be quite different. And then what you choose to commit to the Tree of Wisdoms results in different descriptions. And so, some people will notice that and be able to see the two different. They'll be able to see the two different alternatives. But I think it's fair to say that each journey through Hush House, even with certain things remaining the same, would be unique to each of the players. And one of the things I really liked about that idea of the old saves being deleted is that, it makes it very difficult to just 100% everything about the game. And instead what happens is you interact with other people in the community, other players, people who have gone on a similar journey to yours, but you get to talk about those unique things where you're like, oh, I had no idea you could do that, or a few of these, just a few of these different things. I really liked that idea of the game, but I also know that it seemed to stress people out, and generally people just wanted to be able to look at everything, to reload a save and go for this other alternative ending and so on and so forth. And Weather Factory were pretty clear that this was a game that was sort of intended to be a little bit more for the players, for some, the people who, again, when it has its origins as a game that is something for people who wanted to like Cultist Simulator, but just found it asked a bit too much of them. I think it's kind of consistent to turn around and say, yeah, we'll listen to you and we'll give you your saves. But I liked the original choice, and I intend to continue to play it that way because I think it adds something special. And what Oswin's just described here, right? This the way that you play the game being a reflection of your personality. I really do believe that, and I think there's something interesting going on in there. So again, I'm sort of sitting on a bunch of elements of the soul, but right now this is because I want to keep some options open depending on how the day turns out. Oh, I should have been making some money at the Sweet Bones, but that's fine. We'll restore the Arab and then we'll go back to work. Okay, we did finish the Affair of the Dappled Rose. So, in the hissing wastes of sand where once stood a city called Maya, another man has died, but he almost made it out. He made it far enough that a goatherd found him, raving to the end about gardens, with a flower crushed in his hand. Dagmar, something in the story of the Dappled Rose made Daymare wonder if she should return to Maya one more time. Olympe, Mademoiselle Bichet, had no intention of going all the way to Maya, but after researching the matter at the house, she remembered an associate who might go there on her behalf. Lalakaima undertook a commission for the Bureau in Maya. Whether to find the Piebald Garden or conceal it was never clear. At the behest of his patron the Vagabond, the Alapine set out to find the Piebald Garden in the wastes, but his heart was troubled within him. And Dr. Peel, as so often, found what he sought at Brandkrug, delivered himself of a riddle, and departed, his intentions still obscure. A full belly makes a helpful friend. This beastie is now inclined to cooperate. So we're going to have a chat with Mr. Kill. Collaborate whist. We'll watch for what lies ahead. And Fekri's Herbery, the early wisdom of Isen Fekri, at that point a traveling healer, much later the secretary salvant of the Curia of the Isle. As a Skaptodon, Isen may consume only that which is found in the earth, so he is best with root lore. Isen identifies a pale seaweed found on the beaches of Cornwall as a useful source of rose and winter aspect. His tone here is a little guilty, perhaps because he's showing an interest in sea produce, which might be thought unwise for a Skaptodon, and perhaps because his proposal to name it Ava's Locks suggests a tiny crush on the Pale Lady of Brandkrug. The Ivory Book, a manual of the Order Limea, an order of quasi-immortals who maintained a secret enclave at the source of the river Limia in the Roman province of Hispania Gallicaea. This manual was compiled by one Kurenai, who claims to have fled the tyranny of the Chrysanthemum throne to cross the world and join the Ordo. Members of the Ordo took an oath, the Ivory Chain, not to have commerce with the Hours. Followed literally, this would be almost impossible for an adept, so the manual contains numerous clarifications, exceptions, and processes of indulgence. Kurenai describes the Order's burial rites, which include spells to ensure, in theory, that the souls of dead long are not given to the Hours. The hour called the Ivory Dove, who memorializes and commemorates, is to be invoked in secret in these rites, for with that hour we have made an understanding. Okay, so there's the memory that we wanted for Mr. Kill. Let's move on. So I want to restore this Arab as soon as possible with the sweet bones. It is autumn and the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. Now, it's also worth remembering that I do have the orchard keeper available, so I may want to consider any of the rooms which require nectar, if I still have any. I guess maybe my last nectar was Earl Bryan's field. All right, well, never mind then. A story has no beginning or end. Arbitrarily, one chooses that moment of experience from which to look back or from which to look ahead. Graham Greene. This incident has seen its full complement of visitors and is concluded. There will be an interval before the next incident when visitors will seek a general consultation. Nothing in particular is afoot. Any visitors this season will likely just want a general consultation. All right, have a wonderful evening, Ether Dragon. Now, this is definitely someone we want to make happy. Now, this is tricky, right? Because she understands VAC, and so being able to buy the lesson would be helpful. But this is someone who we do not yet have in the book. So nothing in particular is afoot. Any visitors this season will likely just want a general consultation. Princess Kokil Amirajibi. Artist, socialite, burglar. An unspeakably charming woman with a particular knack for getting adopted. Now, I'm also not in a rush to talk to this person either, so we can leave her side. I believe she may be one of the treasurer candidates as well. So, not yet inspired, but definitely somebody to get in the book. Although, I mean, I do also have the option of the Iron Spintria, and then we just wait for her to visit, because in terms of inspiring her, we wouldn't necessarily, like, we would still need her on one of the incidents anyway. But we do have the typewriter. You know, it's a bit easier to bring people like Aaron Peel, so it's better to make her happy and then just invite her back after the fact. I really need to find a better system. Unexpected finds in the folds of earth and sky. All right, so a couple things occurred to me. So one, I want to get another, take a minute. I think I'm actually in a good enough place to read this book. It's going to get a little scary for a bit, but let's take the Arab. My highest grail is the Sea Stories. We add the Satisfaction, and then we add the Spice Scales. Perhaps you provided Grail, but not enough to match Mystery Grail. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. So, we run that. Now, I take the Whist. We're going to get another Satisfaction. This time we'll read the Berry book. So after a minute, we're not just going to have the memory, but we're also going to have the... yeah, that was more or less the logic. So the part that made this a little bit of a dilemma for me is the fact that I only have the one Iron Spintria. So now again, this doesn't really affect, like, again, it's easy enough for me to invite Peel because I've got High Moon. The thing is that, like, the idea of inviting her back off of the writing case, like, it's not that big of a deal, again, purely because if I'm looking for a treasurer, there's nothing I can do to make her worthy as a treasurer until she visits the house again. So in the end, like, it's kind of a wash. But I've since playing the beta, I actually have not really ever found a reason not to help someone. It is, if you don't have the typewriter, it's a little bit of a pain to make the ink. Like, you're sort of committing yourself to a few uses of elements of the soul, which maybe you want to use for something else. But so far, I've always satisfied people's curiosity, even actually prior to the DLC, which often came at a very high cost. All right, exalt with a memory. I can discuss the memory with you, my assistant. So this I'm not going to use with Mr. Kill just because we need at least two for the memory. That's why we're using the regret. Yeah, it's I'm reasonably pleased. So I think I said something misleading in one of the previous streams. So I seem to have been set up with on Steam to ignore the suppression for what was it? It's like when there's off-topic review activity, my version of the Steam storefront does not seem to it seems to ignore the suppression that they apply, which is a shame, because like when I looked at Book of Hours, I'm like, oh my god, it's back to orange again. That's really sad. That was a me thing. I believe this game, and as it is, even after all of that, it seems that the DLC has actually been very warmly what was it? Even with the fact that I've got that off-topic review activity, it's mostly positive in terms of recent, and then very positive overall. Which, by the way, if we can get this even higher, right, above 90%, that does really help the game. So if you are enjoying it and you've not yet left a review, I do happen to know that the developer does benefit from that. But yeah, one of the things I was a little worried about was that the way that Weather Factory did the DLC for Cultist Simulator was that there were these few small expansions added, basically like one new story each time. And so the Perpetual Edition, the one way you can look at it is like I get 3 things. And then I think the Exile wasn't originally a planned expansion, but they wound up doing that anyway. So that one was obviously much larger, and that was like that made the Perpetual Edition a really awesome deal in terms of Cultist Simulator. But I was a little bit worried, right, where if people got the Perpetual Edition, that they'd be like, oh, only one expansion, what a ripoff. Because, of course, the expansion is huge, right? There's a reason it's a $20 expansion. It's probably one of the biggest things I've ever done. And it's all bundled into one big, deep expansion, as opposed to sort of these sort of one-off, fairly independent extensions in terms of the Cultist Simulator ones. And I think there's something about the structure of the two games that sort of makes one work better than the other. But again, it doesn't matter what I think about that. It matters how the players respond and whether or not they understand or whether or not they agree with that particular choice. So I'm actually really happy when, people like the Nth Vector kind of comes in and says there's so much to do. And I know you've been here for a while. Probably shouldn't have said comes in, but like I'm happy when people say that inside of the channel, because it says to me that people are sort of recognizing it for what it is. And that doesn't always happen, right? Like Industries of Titan is a really good example of a game I personally really enjoyed, and I would have loved it to have been, you know, like everything on that roadmap. But the fact of the matter is that the game ultimately had to be released. And as nice as it would be to have those other things, there's just a lot of stuff that they needed to put into that game to make it work. So I do like it when people recognize the game for what it is rather than what they wanted it to be. Yeah, I don't know. It's nice. Also, it just makes it easier to recommend to people, right? It sometimes feels like, you know, I'm kind of conscious of this whenever I'm on streaming. I genuinely feel bad, and I don't think I've ever had somebody say that, you know, I played this game that you recommended and it sucked. But I do know that I tend to like most of the stuff that I play. And so I do sometimes worry, right, that my enthusiasm for a game potentially misleads people in terms of where they go. And it's always nicer to have someone say, you know, this is the best game ever, rather than, oh, this game sucked. Okay, cool. So we got Memory and Soul. So the renewing the Arab was a little excessive, but we're good to go with the satisfaction. So, The Berry Book. Thyrza Blake, 7th librarian of Hush House, talks about fruit for no apparent reason other than it was the kind of thing she did. She talks about fruit in the woven language Kilisimi. Who was it once said the fruit is the womb of a plant? It was me. Take a few moments to think on that unripened wisdom. I shall leave a blank space for your moments here in this page. Nectar, children mine, cast my words into a sufficiency of nectar, and watch the Pyrus Persimmon burst from wood. Gather more nectar, wring it from the trees and earth, and our Persimmon gushes forth the sacrament. You will thank me. Yeah, no, Thyrza definitely gets some of the good lines in this one. The first little paragraph on this, not just it was me, but also here's a blank space for your ponderings. Well, I'm glad. Yeah, actually, that is the one that I want the most. That is actually also one of the reasons why I did the guide for Cultist Simulator, because Cultist Simulator very deliberately did not include a tutorial. I think there was like a special. It is delightful to see some of the chat messages in response to the Berry Book. I will probably read it again just because it's fun to read. But yeah, I did the Cultist Simulator tutorial. Not because I thought the game needed a tutorial, but I understood that like the creative decision not to do a tutorial meant that there would be a middle ground of people who would potentially like the game and be able to like engage with it on the, you know, you're role playing someone who has seen sort of an occult secret and is trying to figure this out, that they, once they sort of knew that was the type of game that they were playing, that they would probably be into it, but that they at least needed the guide to tell them that there were in fact games like that and that they could be fun if you persist with them. And so, you know, again, it felt a little weird because I was with that game since it was a prototype. Not the first JavaScript prototype, but like the Unity prototype was when I started playing it. That was before Weather Factory was like fully spun up as a company. So I feel like I had a fairly good grip as to why the game was the way that it was and why it could be enjoyable for that. But I also kind of had this recognition that people the thing is that the decision not to include a tutorial, that's an on-off switch, right? You don't get to partly do it. If you partly do the tutorial, then you've just done a bad tutorial. And so sort of the best that I could do to sort of square that circle was I sort of said in the video, you know, this game can be enjoyed without the tutorial, but if you're about to quit this game, you know, I'm going to do the first, 20 minutes or so of the game, and hopefully this will show you how you can think about it. Maybe you'll feel better coming back. And so, what Solfay is saying here. Obviously, I haven't done that for Book of Hours. I haven't done a tutorial video for it. I've thought about it, but I'm having trouble getting my streams done, let alone the tutorial videos. But yeah, I do like the fact that people are persevering with it, even with my my enthusiasm for the game. All right. Because you all had to deal with that ramble, let's read the Barry book one more time. The Barry book. Thyrza Blake, 7th librarian of Hush House. By the way, for those of you that want to know what Thyrza Blake looks like, this bust is carved from malachite. Thyrza Blake, 7th librarian of Hush House, talks about fruit for no other apparent reason but that it was the kind of thing that she did. She talks about fruit in the woven language Kilisimi. Who was it once said that fruit is the womb of a plant? It was me. Take a few moments to think on that enripened wisdom. I shall leave a blank space for your moments here in this page. Nectar, children mine, cast my words into a sufficiency of nectar and watch the Pyrus Persimmon burst from wood. Gather more nectar, wring it from the trees and the earth, and our Persimmon gushes forth the sacrament. You will thank me. All right. Stools boosted their aspects appropriately. I do actually need to get to bed at some point, but I feel like I should at least commit to the last few bits here. Mr. Kill, we've got the memory, we've got the bronze knife, we've got the whist, I believe. Yep. So drink, Ublank, and the marrow. I can offer my assistants something to eat. This will increase their aspect. It's also just friendly. Now, I'm really going to be focusing on cataloging for the rest of the day, so I should also probably do some gardening as well. So I'm going to want an element of the soul to feed the snake. These are going to be for gardening. Okay. So Ambrose's desk. We will catalog the Curia book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. The governor's desk, a desk as severe and practical as Collars himself. Are marrows actually good to eat? I don't think I've ever seen one in stores in North America. I have no idea, actually. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's nocturnal period, after the turn of the century. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. I think you're right, Oswin. I actually don't know myself, so I'm going to take a quick peek. Oh yeah, courgette. I've definitely heard of those. So marrows are oblong green squash, but marrows have a firm rind and a neutral flavor, making them useful as edible casings for mincemeat and other stuffings. Oh, but it says here, vegetable marrows distinct from courgettes. So apparently a zucchini is a baby marrow. Anyways, we do know that they take their marrow seriously. Let's keep going. So again, I do want to... So there's actually a few things that I want to do. I would like to replace the pale marrow. Identify as a marrow. This is a marrow. Promising. Let's keep cataloging. This one should work. So I still have one more to go through, but we've got a good start. Okay. Yes, so spring and summer we can't work with the grapevines. I wonder if there's a benefit to getting more pears, because we actually already have one sitting in the overflow. Maybe one more? Now we do already have quite a bit in terms of Honeyscar Jasmine, but I'll take at least one more. I definitely don't mind Fragrant Chalice. And I don't think we can take anything here. Nope, Trumpeter's Lily still flourishes. Well, we'll get one more. I am working with the Magnate Legacy, so the Silverbound Journal. I'm trying to remember what I wanted to use the Faust with here, but... I'm gonna risk it. Alright, let's get focused on the reading again. Golden Marrow. In Brandkrug, they take their marrow seriously. This is accounted a beauty among its kind. Different from the acrid marrow, though. So we've already foreclosed the element of the soul here. Another golden marrow. Golden season. Alright, one of these I was going to use to feed the beasties, so that's fine. Dark marrow. In Brandkrug, they take their marrows seriously. This is a marrow with secrets. Good news is I can feed these to the chickens. So clearly I'm going to need to dig up some more vegetables before too long. Another acrid marrow. In Brandkrug, they take their marrow seriously. This is not a marrow conducive to harmony. Alright, this is the newly christened marrow shelf. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers to the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. It is autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. We'll toss the shell. I'm not that committed to getting the pale marrow back, so here we're just gonna run ahead. Blackberries are welcome, although rose hips would have been slightly better given... Although, hang on, does blackberry jam have... It does have rose. Okay, that's actually going to be one I want to keep in mind for future. Nope, no room for the blackberries. All right, still gonna go examine the moors. And we're gonna have a bunch of books to shelve in a minute. Okay, still waiting on the memory. So, The Open Head, Ilse Bischoff's hallucinatory quasi-documentary, notionally about the Greco-Turkish War of the previous decade. Now, I believe when I shelve these things... Oh, no. So, never mind. That one will give us Disciplines of the Scar, which we've already leveled up. Alright, what are we doing with you, Mr. Kill? I believe it is a U blank and then a... and then preparation H. I can offer my assistant any suitable timber I have lying around. This will increase their aspects. They will also keep any of the wood that's left over. Alright, The Locksmith's Dream, A Light Through the Keyhole, the first volume of Teresa Galmier's examination of parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. Now, I have a bit of a dilemma here as far as the shelf space is concerned. So this is sort of the room that I have for any overflow. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the readable stuff on the shelf here, at least for starters. So Viennese Conundra, the Vandriel describes odd events in Vienna, the disappearance of children, epidemics of parasite activity, animal mutilations, nightmares of worms, the activities of a charitable organization, the New Legions, that funds burial of the poor. She proposes peculiar connections between these activities. The Locksmith's Dream Incursus, the fifth and final volume of Teresa Galmier's notorious work, which began as an examination of the parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans, but became an account of her own occult journey. This volume was apparently never published, nor allegedly even written, yet here it is. So I think we need to move the sand down to the sand overflow. Well, if we have space. Apparently, we're just all about the Locksmith's Dream tonight. Locksmith's Dream Trespasses, the third volume of Teresa Galmia's examination of the parallels in the Mystic Dreams of Artisans. And an Exorcist Field Manual, a practical guide to troublesome dead, grounded in theory but with a clear focus on their disposal, by the redoubtable detective Ostiary Wheellock of the Suppression Bureau. All right. There's not that much more for me to do just because of how I've used all my elements of the soul, but we will... we're one drink away from getting Mr. Kill where he needs to be for this room, and then we can help our visitor. I might have blown it on the... There we go. There's still a chance. Let it clutter up their shelves. This has improved their aspects appropriately. All right, on to the show. Solomon's preparation. Solomon Husher would take this every night without fail before sleep to close his ears to the sound of the waves. But on the 9th of January, 1838, a heavy snow fell on Hush House. When the other residents dug themselves out, Husher was nowhere to be found. He had left a resignation letter and an undrunk measure of this preparation. I can offer my assistants something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They will also be glad of the refreshment. Preparation H, the nth vector? Yeah, it was. I think it was like the first scholar level recipe that I learned for the game. A catalogue of uncharted pleasures. The Dark Gentleman is the only and rather grandiosely identified author of this often copied work. Some pleasures, the formula voluptuous attest, are so intense they can corrupt the laws of the physical world. This text catalogues some of those instances. Birth occurs at the conjunction of pleasure and torment, so the first forbidden acts of the forge birthed sparks of delight, which took root in the glory or in nowhere, who can say? So the seeds of the flower maker were planted, though for long years he was nothing but an unfulfilled ache. So this, I think we can carry overnight, and here we've got 2 orchids and narcotics. Oh, we've just enough space for another satisfaction. Glowy fruit with Pyrus and frosty drink with preparation. A complete breakfast. The real floating island. Although I do like the description for the floating island. Sorry, not floating, the Walls of Ease. Where is it? This is the knot cake. This is the baked apple meringue. I definitely made a Walls of Ease. Oh, here it is. A frankly insensitive name that commemorates the inundation of that fabled city. For Forge. All right. So we've no shortage of things to apply towards leveling up. It's just a question in terms of what realistic path I think we can complete. Yeah, that's definitely a good one. All right, better now. I did want to feed one of the beasties, but at this point we're not going to be able to help Princess Coquille, so I think we'll just accept the loss. Oh, where do I even find the space for these guys? Spruce up the winter cell, or adept cell it calls it. Fragrant chalice, a glorious globe of wine-colored flowers. And a bowl of sea-blessed pears. I think that's got to go in the overflow. Alright, it's a start. Last but not least, Mr. Kill's ready to go. So, let's... no, we're not going to talk with him. We are going to talk with Kokele Amirajibi. Darling, hello. I have the teensiest favor to ask. If there's an incident card active, you can discuss it, or you can just leave the slot empty and offer a consultation. So, interestingly enough, I think you can actually give the book in this case. Now, I tend to mess this up, so I'm going to... I'm actually going to save this and double check. So I believe if I just hit start, conversation with the princess, yeah, I can identify my visitor's interests and satisfy them with an appropriate book. Alternatively, if they know a language I'd like to learn, I can offer payment. Untrusty visitors might occasionally abscond with a book, which I don't think, I mean, definitely this suggests untrustworthy, but I don't think people actually steal the books. Traveling at Night, Volume 1. My visitor needs something sealed or unsealed. My collection can help. Oh, and... Stifling chamber. No fires are visible, no scorch marks, no smoke, but this room pulses with sultry heat. My head swims as I approach the threshold. We're not going to discuss what's in this room, but I'm going to at least let the time go by. Moravia's locks, sea-strewn, salt-snared stuff. Alright, a replacement Ublack, why not? A wood sacred to the Malachite, who is also called the Ring Yew, but also the tree that the dead pass in the dark. They're matching. So the one thing that might have been nice to do before the end of the day is to take Orchids and Narcotics and turn that into another level of Coil and Chasm. The reason why this would be difficult in this particular case is the Satisfaction doesn't actually do anything for the Coil and Chasm. So Coil and Chasm, I'll need things like the Savage Hymn is the one that I'd want. Or I didn't use before. So Impulse, Earth Sign, Savage Hymn, Fear. I'm missing an obvious one. Impulse, Earth Sign, Fear. Oh, Scent, Savage Hymn to bring it up to 6. Now, normally I would use something like an Earthquake name in a pinch. Oh, Hive's Lament would probably help with the Coil and Chasm. Either way, neither of those are a particularly easy item to find, so I may have my work cut out for me for getting Coil and Chasm to a higher level. Either way, I don't have any other memory to keep, so we will run with the Satisfaction. And we get a much needed Spintria. How promising. You satisfied your visitor and earned a reward, but the more they learn, the harder they'll be to satisfy in the future. Alright, Kokele's card. We'll add that later. Iron Spintria brings us up to bronze. And on that note, I think I'm going to call it there. So thank you everybody for an extra hour of gameplay. I'm going to have a hell of a time getting ready for tomorrow, but we'll make do. So just a reminder in terms of the plans for the next week or so. I'm expecting that I will do just ordinary streams this week, so Wednesday and Friday should be streaming days, keeping in mind that things are really busy at work. I have been having some trouble just getting home at time to do the streams, so my usual hope is to start between 7 and 8. But in reality, I have been starting closer to like 8 and sometimes even 9 on some nights. So the one thing I will say is that I will always stream on streaming days. If it's later, I will extend the stream by that time. Obviously, in this case, we did 4 hours instead of 3 hours. But just because it is a little tricky for me to manage everything, I do have to start, I do need to start pushing the start time later just because I can't physically be in the apartment at the time I want to be. Now, some of you have found the channel through the YouTube channel, and obviously there is a bit of a challenge in, a new expansion being released. You want to get all the attention, that comes from that. I am actually behind on where I wanted to be for House of Light. So I kind of knew that I wouldn't get my usual break for House of Light, which I was fine with. The original plan was to start the new series with the 13-hour stream we did on the Steam page, and that's still the plan. However, I did discover that there is a limit to the length of YouTube videos. The max length now is 12 hours. So this has meant that I need to cut the video up, and this is one of the reasons why I don't do editing. It actually takes quite a long time for me to edit, compress, and upload one of those videos. So I will be uploading the first part, probably about the first 7 hours or so, tonight when the stream is done. I didn't want to do it while I was streaming because obviously I don't want that to interfere with the upload. That will be probably available Wednesday, and I'm hoping for this week for that second video to become available. Now, look, I wouldn't watch me. I think 13 hours is a lot to ask from people. But if you like those, that's, that'll hopefully keep you for the week. But for those of you that want the more traditional half-hour videos, I'm going to be recording those over the weekend. So the archaeologist run through House of Light proper starts next Monday with those half-hour episodes, and I'll do a brief summary of sort of where we're at from the Steam stream and things like that. Like I'm not gonna spend too much time. I'm not going to expect people to do 13 hours of homework to be able to appreciate those videos. The reason I'm taking all this time is, number one, I didn't really announce when those videos would be made available, but also there's going to be a bit of an interruption next week when those videos are going online in terms of my regular streaming broadcast. That's because 1 week from now, the upcoming Monday, is Thanksgiving in Canada, and normally what I like to do is take the Canadian holidays off because that makes sure that it doesn't feel like I'm just working another job on the holidays. But on top of that, that is also the week that the local Game Dev Collective gets together. So they normally get together on the third Wednesday of every month. I like to sort of go out and show some support, and actually this time around I'll likely have something to show for everyone. So that means that next week, Monday and Wednesday, I won't be streaming. Those are planned absences, and I'm sorry that they they kind of stack on top of each other. That's just the way that it turned out. For the rest of the month, I should be good to go. November, I'm going to be out of the country for a couple of days, and then we'll be back, and I think that would be it for breaks. The usual third Wednesdays and holidays, but I guess Remembrance Day and Christmas would be the next ones. So anyways, thank you everybody for hanging out. Hopefully I've not completely turned you off with my very arbitrary and extended schedule. Let's see if we can find someone to host tonight. Oh, so we've got a couple of good people on. I just want to see. All right. So I don't think I have anybody playing Book of Hours. I do, however, have a lovely streamer who does play Book of Hours. I don't know how much longer she's going to be streaming, but she is playing Pumpkin Jack, a fun Halloween game. And I would actually just love to show some support to Prosciutto Fist. So first of all, a hell of a name. Second of all, she has actually recently been doing a lot of history streams. So she's been putting a lot of research into these streams where she's trying to, you know, bring some ideas. She's done everything from the Triangle, Triangle Shirtwaist Factory Fire. She's been doing Dracula. There's a bunch of different topics that she's been covering. I think they're really wonderful. But on top of that, I actually found her through Book of Hours. So definitely somebody worth checking out, somebody who I enjoy hanging out with. And I hope all of you show some support to as well. Again, I'll be back on Wednesday. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.